Okay, there we go. Hi there, how y'all doing? Hope this Tuesday is treating you all well, because yeah, not today, yesterday's been a day, huh? Especially within the VGE community. Oh boy, like literally, I ended the stream, did my social post, and then I looked a bit on the social media, like on Blue Sky and on Twitter, and I saw like, oh no, what was happening while I was doing my thing? Oh no. Yeah, that's fucking rough and shit. And I'll be fair, it's kind of unfortunate, but at the same time, I don't know why I'm not surprised. Because yeah, I've kind of said it on the social as well. At the end of the day, corporations are out there to make a profit and to earn as much as they can, and you, as the talent, are the cash cow. So I guess vtuber doing underhanded things like that is not necessarily too surprising. Although $500,000 out of taken out of charity, that's actually kind of unforgivable. Like, still shitty. Also, the whole thing with the talents. So from what I've heard, like aside from like the Iron Mouse things, case on, which I kind of kept an eye on, but to be fair, I wasn't able to be informed on the situation because the stream itself was on was mostly in Japanese, and I just don't know the language. But I had a few snippets where she just had a few like English responses here and there, and yeah, not paying your talent since from September until now, which is basically almost a full year of no paychecks. That's not okay. And that's for someone on the JP side, and they said that JP was doing well, and kind of trying to throw Yen under the bus. So like, oh yeah, they're the ones mismanaging. JP is doing fine. Yeah, just trying to shift blame and not be liable for the problem. That's all you're doing, and I don't like that. But yeah, I guess at the very least, the EN branch is probably officially kind of gone. Because from what I've seen starting today, I think like 3 talents have officially confirmed, aside from Iron Mouse. Kason did it on the stream, which, to be fair, I just gonna say fucking based of her. You just full on do an impromptu stream, put on full blast in a Discord call the current CEO of VJojo, and be like, okay, just explain yourself, give us a statement, and to the point where the dude just decided to leave. From my understanding of it all, like, ooh, fucking rough, but full on base. It's unhinged behavior, but the kind of unhinged behavior that I respect. To put on full blast the management and be like, justify this fuck up, like give us a statement of how all of this has got to this point. And yeah, from what I've heard, like 3 talents already, or like 2 more other talents, Amelie and like Monarch and somebody else as well. Also officially, I think Kuro officially mentioned on the socials that they're terminated their contracts effective immediately, and 2 other talents have already spoken out that they're gonna have a stream talking about future plans, which from my suspicion, how all that kind of thing is vocalized, it means, oh yeah, we're probably also on the door out and done with that. Which, I'll be fair, really fucking sucks, because at the very least from what I see from Monarch's perspective, she just barely joined in a few months and she's now dealing with this bullshit. And I guess whatever contract she was under, not necessarily had to hold her over for too long, so she was able to like give. But the one that I think I feel the worst about, I think Fruit literally on the day of this entire bullshit that happened, she just teased on the social that, oh yeah, she's gonna make a comeback. I'm like, I guess bad timing. Bad timing. From what I've heard around, looking through some of the conversations on the socials yesterday and today, apparently a lot of the signs were kind of there. To be fair, definitely something was a bit shifty, seeing that a few of the other talents left a few months ago. You know, Giga and Zentrea, especially Zentrea. That to me, it was kind of a surprise out of a lot of the talent. But yeah, and also Mel, I think she officially mentions, yeah, already four of the talents alongside Iron Mouse, and 2 more definitely on the door out. And I'm not sure if is there anybody left. Let me see. I don't know the entire roster. I don't really keep up with most of the big corpo, the corpo side of it. Okay, Mel is out. My mouse is out. Emily as well. Kenya most likely. I think there's somebody else. I think Hotaru was no, I think Michi was one of them, and I'm probably suspecting that some of the others are also on the way out. Oh, actually, also some of the JP got out. Well, interesting. Yeah, there's at the very least with no official statements so far, I think. There's most of them are out. I'm just curious. I'm not here to talk about too much of the drama. I'm just curious exactly how bad. Okay, no statement here yet. I'm not. Which, by the way, no hate to the talent. I understand, like a lot of this stuff is sensitive contractual things that, you know, may not be easily dealt with. So some people they need to tread a bit carefully, because otherwise they're in big trouble. So yeah. No mention there, even though she just said that she had a comeback. That's one thing. I'm just curious. I'm just taking them apart for the time being. Just a retweet of the oh yeah, no, because again, everybody might be in sensitive contractual obligations, and things may not be as easy. So don't put it to them, because at the end of the day, corporations use everything in their books to keep things quiet and keep people in check. You know, to not talk about internal affairs. Probably minimizing information that goes from one person to another. Although I've heard some insane things like people like airing out their personal information and all that. Like literally showing images of all the talent, how they look IRL, and all that kind of thing, and that's shitty. That's really bad. Oh yeah, that's really rough. Okay, so a lot of the JP side at the very least hasn't yeah, some were not able to talk too much about it. So at the very least, half of the talent is gone. At the very least. So which is not a good sign. It's not. And remembering that you know, they did like a whole like talent recruitment a year ago, I'm already imagining that most people probably are just gonna wipe their hands clean, refuse whatever offers they're gonna get. Because I'm sorry, I'm not sure how you could at this moment in time join this company and make it look good for you, as you're kind of agreeing with some principles out here that are not great, do not reflect amazing out of you. So yeah, really tough what's happening out here, and I really feel bad for all those affected and involved, and that kind of shit. It is sucky, and unfortunately, because seeing at it and kind of noticing some of the themes, it's a general issue with most of the most creative businesses. That's kind of the thing that usually happens. Like some of these elements I've experienced them myself in a game studio, and not even like a big one, just on a small, I would like to say indie level, but I guess at this point it's more it's better said it was an attempt of a startup, not even indie. And yeah, it just it was basically of similar reasons: false promises, mismanagement, and believe me, I was project manager for that studio. I'm not even gonna underplay it. There was nobody else. I was the project manager, and I was trying to put things on track, but higher leadership just would not listen. So yeah, that was not great. So yeah, I've been in that kind of situation, so I can understand it, that things can be a bit sensitive, can be a bit complicated, and you know, everybody's trying to, you know, make a living, do their day-to-day, and it can be complicated, and contracts can make it a lot rougher to look into it and get out. But definitely at the very least on the EN side, I don't think we're gonna hear from vtuber for a long time. Like, I'm not even sure how exactly you could get out of this. The name has been tainted, and I've seen like, and felt kind of like a similar sentiment, especially considering that in the general VTubing space has been this kind of big general exodus, from, not necessarily exodus, but a lot of talents from a lot of corpus have kind of like left, even like the ones that even weren't necessarily from the outside looking so bad. Because, you know, I'm not talking about Niji Sanji, because that one is that's old story, old news, and I'm not gonna talk too much about that one, because that one's a rough one. But even like some of the other like holo stuff and all these kind of things, there have been mentions here and there of how management is handling things, and a lot of the talent leaving because of that, or in some cases certain pressures that cannot they couldn't keep up with long term. So yeah, there is this kind of general sentiment that probably a lot of the people within the VTubing community and VTubing space are probably less and less trusting, less and less hopeful of any sort of organization or corporation that would be out there to be like, hey, let's organize talent. Or at the very least, nothing that sounds or at the very least markets themselves as VTuber exclusive. So yeah, that is rough. You know, I myself am not gonna talk too much about it, because I'm not necessarily involved into it, and I know for a fact people that keep an eye out on it can talk a lot more. I'm gonna keep an eye out just because I'm curious of how what exactly the outcomes are gonna be out of this. But I can already see the signs, like, because I've been there and I've seen them myself. I've watched them from places that I've been at, and there's a high possibility of a full-on, at the very least on the EN branch, a full-on shutdown. Because I'm not sure how exactly can you recover out of this. Not anytime soon, at the very least. So yeah, this is it's gonna be rough. But yeah, I'm not gonna talk too much about that anymore, because again, I don't have much to say about it. It's, again, all the blame and all of it is to be shifted to management and the corporation itself, and not to the talent. The talent is out there too, doing the best they can, and you know, with whatever they were given. And you know, contracts can be very malicious, can be very restrictive in how they can speak up, talk about certain topics, and all that kind of thing. So just because they are silent doesn't mean that they are not outraged or in disagreement with all the things that are currently happening. But you know, contracts are contracts. But yeah, I think that's enough for me talking about that kind of thing. So yeah, let's kind of shift a bit of the subjects and move it into some other places here and there, and just all that, because today is you know, mostly gonna be talking about things that I would hope are gonna be more on the positive side, because you know, we're out here talking to bring a bit more awareness and to talk more about the Stop Killing Game movement, which is still happening right now. We still have less than 10 days left until the signatures end. We've reached a pretty hefty goal already. You know, the 1 million signatures have reached like early July, so that already kind of put us in a good position of in a hopeful position that it would reach the European Parliament. But to be safe, and that it's actually gonna go through, because there have been scenarios with past petitions where even up to like 250k signatures have been invalidated due to like human error, things like, you know, putting your name wrong, incorrect you know, identification inserted as part of the signature, because you know, you're putting on your ID, so you can't do like multiple signatures or anything of the sort. You're just you out there, so you know, that sort of thing. So yeah, and because of that, there's been a bit of a push to kind of lock it in to at least 1.5 4 million, which has reached I think Monday. I remember, not Monday. No, not Monday. I think Sunday. Yeah, at the end of the last week, we've reached the numbers and got ourselves to a pretty good spot. So in my opinion, like after like 1.3 million, I think we had like locked in. I don't think it's gonna be crazy that we're gonna invalidate that many votes compared to like the worst case scenario, because again the range, because they given a European Parliament attributes some of the sources from you have mentioned that most cases have been somewhere between 100,000 to 250,000 votes invalidated. Like those are kind of like the lower and upper ends of the the extremes. So I don't think it's gonna be bigger than that. So to me, it I think it kind of got locked in after 1.3. But reaching all the goals, to me, it's even better. And not only that, but even pushing beyond that, it's more important, because every voice matters. Every voice and every vote and every additional signature matters, because the more signatures we get, the clearer it is to the European Parliament that, hey, this is an important issue that a lot of the European citizens find it concerning, that needs to be addressed, taken in seriously, and with a lot of scrutiny. So with this is not something that's going to be waved off, or just passed on really quick as a discussion. So because of that, we still should push on and move a lot of more things and keep signing. Again, this petition is only for European citizens, European Union citizens specifically. So only they can participate in this. If you're not an EU citizen, that's completely fine. You can still do a lot of things. You can share it around, keep the conversation alive, talk about it, or who knows, get in touch with other people and mention about this petition, because maybe you may not have somebody that you know that is in European Union, but maybe a friend of a friend of a friend might know an EU that can participate and sign and to do their own thing here. So it is important even to keep the conversation, keep sharing as often as possible anything related to the topic, and keep the conversation alive, because it has been definitely quite a lot of discussion and quite a lot of coverage recently. And I think it got even to a point where I think there's been some desperate attempts to kind of stop this, or somehow not necessarily shut down, but probably muddle the initiative to some extent. I don't know all the details. I was thinking maybe I can do like a video. We can look at the video together and see what exactly it's about, but probably we're gonna do it after we're done with the entire with the Transformers game. So I know we have the time, because I would like to be done with the game first, and also have some of the coverage and discussions for that. So yeah, that's gonna be the thing. So yeah, to kind of quickly give it out here, because this is kind of the general topic of this stream, what exactly I kind of want to push on, and why the current progress bar that now has been shifted to a progress gauge for some reason is here. So yeah, how can you participate? Well, you have access to the links both on YouTube and on Twitch, on different sections. In YouTube you can find the links to the website, petition, and another extra thing for the French citizens who are owners of the game The Crew. They can also send a complaint to the Consumer Protection Board or something of the sort. So I've linked basically a guideline how to exactly do that. That's something you can do there as well, as an extra thing. But the initiative is the important part, so do that. And it's a lot. The initiative is, I think, it's a lot simpler to do than whatever the French board is. But it's only for the French citizens who've owned the game The Crew. But yeah, those links are available on the YouTube description. On Twitch, they are available on the specific panel to Stop Killing Games. The panel itself is gonna send you to the website, while the two hyperlinks below it are gonna send you to the petition and the French guidelines board complaint, respectively. So that's another method. Another way you can do it is by doing the command SKG in chat, with the exclamation mark. and that's going to give you access to all the links that are important. And finally, if you scan the QR code on the screen, that's going to send you directly to the European citizen petition, and you can sign it there directly. So yeah, that's, you have ways, you have methods that you can do so. You can go ahead and deal with all of that. So yeah, those are kind of important thing. Right now we are at 1,413,000 votes, slightly over that. We get an extra 35 signatures around alongside it. So I don't know why I constantly save votes for some reason, but it's signatures. Yeah, the number is still growing. There is a possibility that we're gonna reach at the very least 1.5 million by the end of the month. It's highly possible. And again, I do recommend to still push it. The deadline for the petition is at the 31st of July. That's the last day when people can sign. After that, it's over, and it's most likely going to be sent to the European Parliament. It's going to be put into discussion, which, to be very clear, this is a petition. The whole thing with the petition, which is in its name an initiative. It's first to kind of gauge the interest and the concerns of the general European Union kind of populace and see what their opinions and perspective is on it. Which is the reason why the petition, to the initiative to some extent, is not heavily detailed, because it's by design not only for the those who not only for the organizers of the petition, but also because of how things are formulated within the EU forum or the European citizens kind of initiatives, like web pages. Because you have a limited amount of words you can add or you can detail about the petition itself. So that's also like another thing. You can't go into the full details even as part of the petition, and also aside of it, it's also done by design, because there's also this general understanding that each publisher or studio might organize and handle things differently. So we are not out here jumping to the assumptions or offering solutions to something that may or may not be viable for a specific studio. So certain things are left open to the liberty of every studio to handle it their own way, and it's more about the general concept and the general regulation and the general expectation or responsibilities that we want a publisher to hold itself against. Because yeah, simply put, what this initiative is about is to first put into question the legalities that the end user license agreements that a lot of the games have nowadays when it comes to how the license is kept available. Because under certain new laws, the licenses can be revoked from the user, and which at the same time can remove access to the game at any point in time without even offering any justification. So it can even be the scenario where you get access to the game and maybe a day later the publisher decides to revoke that access, and they don't have to give you a reason for it. Not even just in the sense of ending support for the game. They just simply give the license revocal for something like a ban or anything of the sorts. Can be done that way. And there's also the occasional that has been seen at release with Ubisoft, that some licenses even push the whole idea of removing any evidence or any remnants of the product from anywhere, both digitally and physically. So basically you completely wipe any form of the game that you bought from your systems once the license becomes null and void. Which again, under certain EU consumer protection laws, it's a bit of a muddled situation, a bit in a weirdly gray area. It's not 100% sure how legal or illegal it is, because aside from complications of general laws, it's also because these kind of scenarios have not really been detailed and discussed in the past, because the medium has evolved so much and so fast across the decades, from a heavily physical dependent product to one that is now fully transitioned to an online and completely digital kind of format and the marketplace, and without having the need or the necessities or dependencies for anything physical. So the shift from something that is no longer an owned product and something that is could very well be seen as more of a service, has kind of because that's kind of the shift, and where some discussion has been kind of put on that the games are no longer products where you have an exchange money with the product, and the product should be kept within should be available with you indefinitely, and now it's more of an exchange of goods and an exchange of services. Services have a limited amount of time of availability, which even in that scenario they need to be defined. They need to be you need to have a defined term for how long is a service available, because usually when it comes to services, that's kind of how laws are structured around them. But because games have shifted within this and kind of like skirted around these laws because of how they've evolved and how their medium is created, that these regulations have not really been clearly stated, and how they should be handled. They should be applied directly to games. Like, yeah, they might very well be compliant to certain current enforced laws, that there is some of the more heavier ones, but some of the ones that are not really put up to light or to really discuss are not really there. And just because they are compliant with laws, that doesn't mean that those law compliances are a good thing, because it's pretty obvious that even though it's unrelated to the vShoto thing, but at the end of the day, we're talking about the same kind of idea. Publishers are corporations, they're businesses, they're out there for profit, so of course they're gonna take any advantage within any loophole that they find within current laws to earn as much as they possibly can. So yeah, that's kind of first thing. It's a bit more kind of in a muddle area where it's a bit anti-consumer, so people that was kind of wants to be put into question. The other reason for this initiative is also to push forward the aspects of game preservation as well, because one of the requirements or desired outcomes from this initiative is for publishers to have something as an end-of-life plan, because we understand that at the end of the day, publishers and studios are businesses. They are there to earn money, make profits, and repeat the cycle with newer games and newer services and new products and all that thing. So we understand that there's a limit to how much a studio can keep a service active, and because of that, we are not requiring, or the initiative is not asking for any publishers or any studios to keep services active indefinitely. That's clearly stated. But at the very least, at the moment of end of official support, for the publishers to have built-in systems where either online dependencies are removed in case we're talking about something that is mostly a single-player product, like a single-player experience doesn't require and that would not require online connection if we're talking, but they have it for things like PRM and any other anti-piracy software. And also at the same time, for anything that is within a multiplayer title, to at the very least give us the bare minimum tools and necessary for us to the consumers, to host our own servers in a form that in a factor that the game is still in a functional state. We are only requiring the game, not necessarily requiring every aspect of the game, like the monetization system could be removed, many other aspects of the online connections, account connections, or any kind of ties directly to the publisher's IPs in some other aspects can be detached. So that's kind of the thing, and for the communities to take the responsibility of hosting and keeping the game alive, and could it be within tied circles here and there is a community one over, and to remove any online dependencies in case the game itself does not require to be played in an online format. So those are things. And finally, the one that at the very least I see it from my perspective as a game designer and game developer, it's also important for this moment to kind of push on, because it will help improve actually how the medium kind of progresses, evolves, and improves across the years. Because if we, through preservation and through the access of all future games, which to be very clear, future games, I'm gonna go back to that point, having access to all future games indefinitely, that allows a game developer to always be able to reference, to look back to other titles, other games, other concepts, and other ideas that others have done that could be both good and bad, and create something new from them. Learn from learn from the work of others. Maybe there's a concept that you really enjoyed within a game, and you want to incorporate it as well, but in some different format. But first of all, you have to have a clear understanding how that concept works in the game, in the title that you've played in. Or maybe you understand that some game have failed, but you want to see what exactly were the aspects of that failure. So yeah, you jump into that game and see what exactly is good and bad about it. So those are important things, because there's so much a developer can understand and can perceive and analyze from a game from a second or third party kind of perspective, but they just look at a video archive and all that. It's important to experience and interact with the mechanics ourselves. It's important to see how those mechanics what dynamics are developed from those mechanics, and to also experience what kind of emotion those dynamic kind of evolve and kind of create or surface. And most of that cannot be experienced or felt just by watching the content or finding some aspects of the experience. So to me, that's also like a really important factor, because it will help, because it's not fair for developers to always start from scratch. Like, I feel like it's a weird, like very weird, like elitist kind of perspective of you have to toil to the same way I did. No, I mean, if you have the experience, the knowledge, the know-how and wisdom from past from past work, why shouldn't you impart it? Why shouldn't you already in advance warn people like, hey, this is a good thing, this is a bad thing, this is why I see it, and these are the reasons why I see it like that, so people can better understand and push on forward, so we don't constantly repeat the same mistakes or constantly do the same thing. We realize that we made similar concepts to something that it is already existing, but maybe we not executed it to the same level, or people find find that connection with the the previous title, but at the same time they might not necessarily feel like it's the same thing. It's that aspect is also really important, my aspect. And so yeah, those are kind of like the whole thing, like to kind of push away any misunderstanding, or at the very least misinformation that has been pushed. Is first, the initiative in no way is it asking for publishers to offer indefinite support. We understand that that's an unreasonable requirement, and that studios and publishers and companies are out there for profit and to earn money, and the constant resource requirement to keep that is understandable, that it can get costly, especially the more and more titles are required to kind of keep active. So that's why there is this end of life plan that kind of pushes at the very least the possibility for the community to do it if they so desire, because that's another thing. Maybe the community may not want to. They have the option, but they may not do it. That could, and definitely another thing, not everyone within the community will do it, because the same way how it's a big responsibility for the studio to handle and host servers, that's gonna be the same thing with the community and the consumers. And a lot of the consumers will not want to deal with that responsibility. So there's still gonna be very few. There's not necessarily gonna be too big of a competition, or too many, or somehow all of a sudden the entire internet is gonna be flooded with servers of your X game because you offered the binaries in how to create them, or anything of that sort. And secondly, and another aspect of misinformation that has been thrown away, the initiative and the movement itself does not ask anything, does not ask that any of these regulations and any of these changes to be applied retroactively. It's a clear understanding that certain systems, certain infrastructures, and certain foundations of games are too complicated to change post-launch, and would require the manpower and too much manpower and resources to do so. And we understand that, and because of that, the movement itself is not asking for any game to be retroactive that is currently available to be retroactively changed and compliant to these laws. No, it is asking for future titles, maybe games that have not yet even started in the development process, to be worked on in this way. So they can start from the very beginning with the foundation that this is how the game should be designed from this point on, with these concepts in mind. Not in the scenario where where the legislation will be like, no, do everything retroactively. And there have been past experiences where they kind of showed pretty clearly. With Apple, they've said like, we're not asking any of your current models that are still in production to be compliant to the new USB-C compliances laws. No, we are asking you for any future products within X time frame, by X time frame, to be compliant with these regulations when it comes to hardware compatibility, and also consumer repair laws and all that kind of thing. So that's what the European Union, even they themselves have been lenient and understanding about it. Like, they're not gonna make some wild claim and be like, no, all the games in your catalog have to be now shifted and changed in such a way that are compliant to this. No, future things, future work, not anything that is now. Everything that is currently existing, it's given a pass, most likely. Maybe if you want to, but again, up to the freedom of the developer. If they want to, they could design them in such a way. And if they want to put the time for it, maybe they could offer it for certain existing games as well. But again, that could just be left to the freedom of the developers and not necessarily a legal requirement, and only from future titles to be legally required within a specific time frame. My expectations is probably somewhere within 5 to 10 years from now. Development can take a long time, especially in the AAA scene. So I'm not necessarily expecting that anything in the coming years, even once these regulations are gonna be done and dusted, which is probably gonna take a while. I'm not sure. I don't think it's because the interesting things are gonna start from August. Like, that's when things are gonna get really curious. When this is thrown to the European Parliament and discussions are about to form, because there's definitely gonna be a lot of pushback. There's definitely gonna be a lot of there's gonna be a lot of like court dragging, let's say, or at the very least they're gonna slow down this push as much as possible. So who knows for how long? Because I don't know exactly how long it took with the Apple. It could be in a year, it could be in 2. So again, yeah, 5 years probably from the point when this ends. This is gonna be adjourned. So who knows? Maybe that could be 6 years or 7 years from now. After the compliance is done. So we'll have to see. But yeah, and those are kind of like the general things that I wanted to say about the petition. There's a lot more and many other things that need to be discussed and dealt with, which I will cover to some extent. Not to worry. But yeah, I consider like it's an important movement, something that at the least I see it as being genuine, and I say that it will definitely cause a big ripple within the market. But I think it is a positive one, because at the end of the day, the big principles of this is better consumer laws, enforcing game preservation, and also the possibility and also the prospect of improved or innovating further and improving the games as a medium and as an experience in the near future, as a kind of outcome from these regulations. So that's definitely a thing. But yeah, there's not much to say specifically to the stop killing games. Although, to be fair, just to make it clear, there is the prospects are pretty hopeful at the very least that discussions are going to be in favorable at the very least to the initiative, because already 2 of the 14 vice presidents of the EU Parliament have spoken in support for the movement, and at the very least I know one of them publicly confirmed that they've also signed it themselves. So that we already have some internal support towards this movement already, and some and already people out there that are gonna are looking to make changes and make things better. We can already look upon it and think that it's gonna get definitely in a better spot from it. And also to be very clear for those, because I understand that for some people, whenever they hear the word petition, they think like things are not gonna be things aren't gonna go anywhere. Thing is, these are hosted and held on official European Parliament forums. Like, these are hosted by the actual governmental body. These are not something that, you know, it's a petition.org or a change.org kind of website thing where, you know, the community riles up and makes a petition, and then, I don't know, they send it to some public direct contact and be like, hey, look, we got these signatures. They're just gonna wave it off. No, these are directly connected and directly tied to official governmental bodies within the European Union that are gonna receive all this information and all these claims directly. So, and this is not something just out there with no influence. This is gonna have a lot of influence because it's gonna go directly to the people that it's gonna be most important to be reached, not some sort of like a intermediary like third party or something of the sorts. So there's, you know, these can go somewhere important. That's why there has been this entire push of, hey, let's talk about it as much as possible. Let's cover this. Let's do something about it. So yeah, that's kind of whole bang with it. Damn, we're already going up higher and higher. To be very clear, the gauge and the numbers there, that even though they're a bit tiny, but they constantly change how this graphic is done or is made on the website. I tried to make something, but yeah, it's, I don't know how, because there is no, I'm not sure if there is a way, at the very least I'm not tech savvy enough to make like my own progress bar to keep track of these numbers or something like that. So I'm just using the one from the website. I try to kind of like crop it. I know the numbers are really small now because, and there's nothing else I can show because the progress bars are fully completed and they've not added like any other new goals. The quote-unquote stretch goals that at the very least were pushed to be achieved have already been reached, and at this point it's just, let's still get as many as possible just to further solidify the aspect that, hey, we have enough signatures, this is gonna go through. Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing. But well, I did the best way I could, because to be fair, I did this all you know, completely spontaneously and involuntarily, because just I saw like, you know, there was a lot of push and a lot of kind of a lot more voices have started to kind of speak up and bring this back into the limelight and into the wider public. So I was like, I also kind of wanted to keep people aware of it and all of that, because to me this is an important topic, again, both as a consumer and as a game developer myself, because even though I may not necessarily be the tech savvy at the very least when it comes to tech infrastructure engineering or anything when it comes to like the back end of how certain games are developed, and especially I've not been any, or at the very least I've not worked or had experiences with any studios who at the very least big AAA studios who handle like anything in the live service aspect or anything. Most of my experience has been for games with the intent of being single player titles, nothing that would have been live servicey or anything of the sort. So I don't necessarily know the behind the scenes inner workings personally, but I can see it from past experiences, both as a gamer and, you know, I can also find it reasonable personally, at the very least from my perspective, that there can be ways and there can be methods to you know, to be compliant to these demands, because we've had, you know, experiences, we've had examples in the past, like Counter-Strike, Team Fortress 2, like, is probably one of the best examples of games that, yeah, have matchmaking systems, have ways to send you into a game, but at the same time, they give you like a server lobby where people host their own servers and you can join in, and even if all of a sudden the matchmaking thing will no longer work, you can still jump into the servers hosted by the community and they'll play it that way. So, and some of those games still have, at the very least, Team Fortress, for example, has monetization, has, you know, live service elements to it. It's not just, oh yeah, here's a multiplayer game with server functionalities. And there have been others around there, like Minecraft is another good example. that, hey, look, it's a game that offers a live server subscription models and other kind of aspects of that sort, but at the same time they also offer you a system to host your own servers and jump in. So even if Microsoft somehow will just shut down Minecraft, which would be insane, meaning that it's one of probably their biggest game cash cows, I think. I'm not sure these days how much profit would Minecraft earn them, because once you bought the game once, I mean, I'm guessing the Realm subscription service might be useful towards them, but again, who knows on that end how profitable it is. And probably it's on the console side, because I know they have a lot of like special bundles and all that kind of thing with characters that you can have as skins and that sort of stuff, maybe. But at the very least, on the PC end of things, I think how much it is, but still, I think it's probably still one of the most profitable products out there when it comes to the gaming side. So, but still, even if somehow miraculously shut down, you could still have servers made by the community. Say it that way. There's no loss there. But yeah, so yeah, I'd explain it that way. So I think it's achievable. It's more of a situation where the developers, and not necessarily, but the publishers themselves, kind of through their demands and through their requirements of making things overly complex and interconnected, and everything has to connect with everything and all that sort of thing, kind of put themselves into this scenario where now all of a sudden they're rebuilt infrastructures, because that's like another thing. In many scenarios, they're reusing the way they're building things behind the scenes across games, because they're like, hey, this is the model, this is the way we do things, and have everything interconnected within our digital infrastructure, so we should do it this way on anything that is monetizable or has some sort of account connection or anything of the sort. So this is how we do it, and this is how you connect to it yourself and that sort of thing. So again, they put themselves, so yeah, there's gonna be a bit of an effort at the beginning where they have to rethink how they do that, but once they've found a system and a pipeline for them that works, that's gonna be reused, of course, with the necessary alterations here and there, but they'll just reuse and reapply to any other future product. So yeah, it's gonna be a slight effort, or like of resources and investment at the beginning to be compliant, but from after that it's gonna be it's gonna be stopped. Thanks, Seribot, for catching the spam. I didn't even got a chance to see what the hell that was, but thank you for catching it. Damn, that was fast. But yeah, I think it's achievable. It's just they themselves kind of put it, because again, that's the whole thing. You're a studio that creates games. You're also creating the designs, the infrastructure, the systems. You are also deciding. Yes, there are certain things that need to be clarified and need to be with the proper legal know-how and people when it comes to certain things like licenses, third-party services that may not be connected to the publishers, all of that, and how exactly that would be handled. And when I say licenses, I say like IP properties and that kind of thing and all that sort of thing. Like, yeah, there are certain elements that need to be discussed and need to be clarified and offer clear terms and how exactly they are gonna be handled and shifted. Yeah, but hey, at the end of the day, with certain aspects, like maybe it's not gonna be at the beginning, but as the market shifts, so so is gonna be services to to fulfill the needs for that market. So yeah, maybe current third-party services for certain monetization systems and sorts, or whatever other server systems or server infrastructures that are out there may not be compliant or apply to the current whatever regulations are gonna appear. But once those regulations are gonna be put in force, there's gonna be the clear space now that there's gonna be other companies or maybe newer ones and upcoming ones that are gonna realize that hey, there's gonna be a demand of a different type of service, or a service that handles this this need differently, so they can come into the fray. That's the whole thing. And create more competition, create more can still create more jobs, more opportunities for people to work on certain projects and anything of the source. Because yeah, there's also been like the argument that this is going to require like a dedicated people and all that kind of thing. It can affect in some way, I don't know, the hiring process or anything of the sort, which to me is a bold fucking statement considering the constant kind of non-stop layoffs that we are still dealing with, and everything of that scenario. And you are bold to say that this initiative is the thing that's gonna cause you more job losses or anything of sorts. No, but that's actually, if what you're saying is true, that hey, you are gonna require dedicated people to this, well, that's newer job opportunities. You're gonna have people dedicated to this type of work, so you'll have open positions for people to handle this work, to dedicate themselves to this responsibilities. So that's more job opportunities actually. And similar to, as I said, with the services that might be third party, maybe the current third party services that help studios and or more specifically publishers with certain technical infrastructures. Maybe they themselves are not going to be the ones that are going to handle it, but maybe other services are going to appear, either up and coming startups, or maybe they're going to create a separate service for them in like separate teams. Again, more job openings for those teams dedicated to those specific to the services that are going to fulfill the newer the changed demands and requirements for the industry. So yeah, a lot of the claims are just ways to kind of make people feel like it's either a ridiculous demand, or it's inachievable in some way, or it's a too lofty of a goal. But it isn't. It's just more of an issue that they themselves have put themselves in the scenario and in the place where this, yes, will probably take some effort. Nothing good. It's ever easy. But once it's gonna be done, it's done. Like you can then move on forward and keep the status quo from that point on. Once you've become compliant at the very least once to these systems. Again, this is me speaking from my limited technical know-how. I know that how these things are gonna be, technically speaking, handled on the back end may not be a one-to-one copy across the games. There might be alteration, there might be different aspects depending on what the game offers, what the game is as a service, and everything of the sorts. But still, it is important. But still, I think it's not gonna be once done. Once it has been done once, it's not gonna be as complicated the second time, third time, and so on. The same way, it's not necessarily as complicated to make live service games the way they are right now, considering how many of them are flooding the market. And again, with the agreement with the argument actually that it's gonna affect the market, and seeing a lack of games that might be shifting themselves into this live service, because investors may not necessarily may see it as too high of a risk in the future to invest into these types of services or products, and may cause losses. Well, isn't that technically an encouragement of, hey, you should then probably make a game that would convince the investors to be like this from multiple angles, not just a live service angle? Like, wouldn't that basically encourage you of, hey, this is the type of game you want to make? Fine, make it, but you have to make it really good. Like, it's basically kind of giving you now the push, the kind of incentive of, this is no longer just a thing that you can easily throw out there, get it approved, do your thing, and have some money and develop it, and be like, no, you really have to pitch it, you really have to sell the product. The same way right now a ton of studios are probably in a really bad spot, trying to convince investors, convince publishers that, hey, single player experiences are still good and still profitable and should be taken into consideration. Well, but you know that they have to have this entire like really good you know, pitch about it. Well, so should live services. Give a really good pitch and why exactly this live service game is worth investing in, and why, and not just because it's gonna be a cash cow, or just because, you know, you're gonna be able to make like quick profits about it and all that. Now we have more to pitch, and you know, for the long-term plans, what exactly the game actually offers aside from whatever monetization system, anything else when it comes to live service that it is available. How is it as a game experience? How is it gonna evolve in the long term, and everything of that sort. So yeah, now after yapping for like an hour or so about this kind of whole thing, I will be taking a quick break as an ad is about to pop up, and then when I'm back, I think I'm gonna first jump into the Transformers games to be done with those, and after that we're gonna check some more Stop Killing Games things and kind of conclude it that way. So yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break now, and I'll be right back. Okay, here we are. I am back. Actually, I think that I want to do it just because, even though, you know, I'm also pushing on my end to, you know, for people to help me out and support whenever we can. But I feel like after all this badness that happened yesterday with the week, I feel like I should at the very least offer this as a way of, you know, making things better. But out of all the things that happened with this whole vtuber thing, although even though all of it is bad, I'm not just saying that only some of it is bad, all of it is bad, but I think the worst out of all of it is the whole thing of having $500,000 of a donation just being taken away by vtuber. So here we go. Here's the Tiltify donation link hosted by Iron Mouse towards the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which, you know, it's a big kind of a charity foundation, you know, towards you know, autoimmunity diseases. So I'm not too in the know how when it comes to like the medical things, so you know, for like any kind of like IDF programs, but big charity foundation, you know, that Iron Mouse is a friend of. So here you have it. At the very least, let's turn this into a positive. And from the looks of it, like, they've done insanely. Like, they've already like close to reaching that $500,000 that has been lost. Like, the number is constantly growing. So yeah, I'm just posting the link here for you to have access to it and make a donation if you feel like it. And, you know, at the very least, let's turn this into a positive thing. Let's have this as being the positive. Yeah, okay, now let me just jump into the game. I know there's the whole Stop Killing Games initiative is gonna take a bit till I enter in the game. I know I don't have an account, shut down the servers, Activision. How dare you? Cybertron. Oh. Have it. Now. Yeah, there it is. We can play. Full campaign. Autobot 1. Yeah, we are now at the final 2 chapters, which shouldn't take us too long. And then after that we can talk a bit more about the Stop Killing Game. So yeah, let's do that. So chapter 9. Aerial assault. Megatron's orbital station stands between survival and defeat, as its weapon systems blast apart the evacuating ships. Autobots must destroy the station for hope to live on. Okay, air raid, jet fires. I see the photon burst rifle as Silverbolt's weapon, and I really like that one. So, and honestly, out of all the characters, I kind of like Silverbolt's design the most. So yeah, I like that weapon especially as a starter.
The core is too damaged by dark energon to sustain life on Cybertron. In order to repair itself, the core must shut down for millions of years. Carrying the power of the matrix of leadership inside him, Optimus Prime must sadly order the evacuation of the entire planet if the race of Transformers is to survive.
To all Autobots within range of this signal, our planet is dying. We have no choice but to take to the stars. I am ordering the evacuation of all Autobot cities, effective immediately.
Oh.
What was that?
I told you, to stay and defy me was to die, and no one defies Megatron.
He's insane.
Silverbolt, ready your soldiers. We need that gun offline now.
Yay. That's a lot of craziness.
We lost Delta 3! Got another transport out of control! Pull up! Ah!
Be careful not to get into the actual laser. Oh.
Look at this! Bodies everywhere!
Hold steady. Focus on the ones we can still save.
Silverbolt, do we even have a plan?
The Energon Bridge draws power directly from Cybertron to fuel the gun. We'll follow the beam up to the station and shut it off.
That'll give the transports enough time to escape.
Keep moving. Head through the beam conduit.
Watch it! You're too close to that beam. You're either fried by radiation or zapped by a plasma flare. No kidding. I can already feel it searing my circuits.
Okay.
Nice flying, Autobots.
Wow.
Yeah, need to be
Is
careful.
that the relay station? Yes. It splits the beam to redistribute power. I never thought I'd have to see it again.
Kick in those afterburners, Autobots. Every second counts.
Terrific. Here comes the welcoming committee.
Okay. On. Where are you? There you are.
Rerouting power to weapons.
Okay. Okay, clear. Boy! That's a big gun.
What is that thing? Blast the weapon systems! Be careful of the automated defenses.
Okay, what? Okay, we started from last checkpoint. I don't think the positioning was great. Okay, it needed to be more facing.
What is that thing? Blast the weapon systems!
I'm
Be
doing
careful
that.
of the automated defenses.
Ah!
Watch out for those rockets.
Ah! What? Can I just... No, I cannot stay in the air. Oh, there's an energon thing there.
We make better decisions if we're not damaged.
What is that thing? Blast the weapon systems! Be careful of the automated defenses.
Watch out for those rockets. That helped a lot.
Okay. No, 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 no. Nope. How much HP do these things have? Yeah, chunky. Okay, one down.
Much better.
Okay, I have to focus on too many at once. Oh, it should be doable. On the looks of it, it's focusing on the bots, not me. Oh, I spoke too soon. These are needlessly chunky. Ah. Almost. That should do it, yeah.
It's not over yet. Watch out for that central laser.
Alright.
Wait for it to charge up, then blast it! It's charging again! Shoot it!
Nope, can't do that. Nope. Hi. Ooh, almost missed it. Wait. Oh, that almost hit me. On. That should do it. Ah, okay, one more.
That helped a lot. Yeah! That's our ticket inside the station. Shoot your way in.
Oh. Okay. Actually,
Disable the safety locks!
we'll do.
Destroy the control node.
Okay, next one.
The crash.
It's gonna be pretty choppy in those vents!
This must be the coolant room.
The beam that powers the gun runs so hot, this entire area is dedicated to cooling it. We can disrupt the cooling process. The gun won't be able to fire.
So how do we do that? Well, I say we start blasting stuff. Now you're talking, Silverbolt.
Oh yeah, anyway, they started blasting. Okay, rockets.
Intruder alert.
That got their attention. Decepticons incoming.
There, activate that terminal. We need to pinpoint the location of the coolant pump so we can shut it down. Weapon cooling complete.
Rerouting power to weapon systems.
Rocket heading our way!
Time to get up out of here.
Rockets out! They're launching rockets at us! Decepticon vehicle rolling in!
Ah.
Feet on the ground!
One less Decepticon to worry about.
Ah.
This should pick you up.
Oh. Thanks, Jetfire. Ah, come on, man. That's all. Game. Yep.
Much better.
There we go. Okay, back.
Typical. Decepticons inbound!
Ready to fire! Warning! Sneaker approaching!
Give me a second.
Ah, fuck it.
Sure filled that one full of holes. Blast that vent door open!
First, let's deal with the turrets.
Silverbolt. I gotta say, I wasn't thrilled when Optimus named you leader of the squad instead of me.
Really, Air Raid? You picked now to talk about this?
No, hear me out. What I mean to say is, you don't entirely suck at the job.
Aw.
You know, for a guy who's afraid of heights and all.
Very funny, Air Raid.
It's a compliment.
Okay. Better. Nah. I'm gonna go away with the horse rifle.
Where's the problem?
Hold your ground!
Weapon time!
Give me a second.
Okay.
All right, guys, the coolant pump is just ahead.
Let's take it down.
Okay, fine. Oh, shit. deal with these.
That was effective.
Out of energy!
Oh.
You do that again, I'll take your gun away and feed it to you!
Really? Okay.
Yellow alert. Coolant pump deactivated. Beam subject overheating.
Great job, guys.
Hey, friends.
Access hatch open.
The main controls are below the surface of the coolant. Quickly, get into the subcoolant pod.
Silverbolt, at your service.
From here, we can find the main control room and flush the rest of the coolant out of the station. Okay, we still have to flush the tanks. Head to the coolant control room.
Let's move, Autobots!
Ooh. I heard that.
Watch out! Cloakers! We can cool down instantly. Weapons ready.
Dead between
Got
the
him. Ah.
Be aware, we got cloakers! Decepticons, retreat now! Weapons overheated! Now we're talking!
Nice job. Keep moving.
Okay. First. Ooh, nice. Here's the scrap maker. Okay, but what's in here? Oh. Okay.
Where's the problem?
What exactly are
That
the
makes
odds of
sense.
us making it out of this?
Focus, Air Raid. Optimus is counting on us.
Oi.
No matter what, we will see this through.
I forgot I had like stun grenades for the cloakers. Yeah. My bad.
This is it, the coolant control room. You've got the controls straight ahead.
This fish.
Ah, what the?
Jetfire, after all this time, you've come home.
Jetfire, how does he know you?
Long story. Megatron, enough lives have been lost. You've got to stop this madness.
You should have joined my Decepticons when you had the chance, Jetfire.
I wear the Autobot insignia with pride, Megatron.
There is no pride to be had in humiliation and
Enemy
death.
vehicle on its way in.
Decepticons, attack!
Rocket heading away! Weapons overheated.
What?
One less Decepticon to worry about.
Fill that one full of holes. Let it... My weapons think...
A good solid headshot is all it takes.
Or just spray and pray. What? What hit me? I think I got knocked from the back of my head. Aw. man.
Ah, what the?
Jetfire, after all this time, you've come home.
Jetfire, how does he know you?
Long story. Megatron, enough lives have been lost. You've got to stop this madness.
You should have joined my Decepticons when you had the chance, Jetfire.
I wear the Autobot insignia with pride, Megatron.
There is no pride to be had in humiliation and death. Decepticons, attack!
Ready, willing, and able.
Your cause is lost, Autobots!
Never! We'll fight to our last spark!
Enemy sighted!
Weapons overheated. Got another rocket inbound. Trigger fingers getting itchy.
On.
Down another one. I'm shooting.
Ah.
Here.
Ah, had to reload.
I grow tired of this display. Finish them, then bring me their heads!
On your head! Decepticon brute spotted!
Rerouting power to weapon systems.
Die, Autobot!
Okay. Just got disrespected with that.
I'm going to enjoy this!
Take that, Decepticon! Nobody stand behind my engines! Weapons too hot!
Ah, I almost got it. I wanted to get the fucking.
I grow tired of this display. Finish them, then bring me their heads!
Die, Autobot!
Give me a second.
Ready to ground and pound!
Okay. I thought I would do more. This game was like so PS3's. Well, yeah, it is a PS3 game because it was released in 2010. Yeah, 2010. But yeah, it can't get more PS3 than that.
Finish them, then bring me
Ah, shit,
their
I forgot. Ah.
You want more?
Where's my... Reload this.
Launching rockets at us!
On. be enough. That's what I wanted.
Maybe I can cut loose.
So you can get a taste of your own medicine. No. On. You're back.
Weapon systems recharging.
There we go. Clear.
Now that's how you finish a fight.
Quickly, drain the coolant!
Gonna do.
Alert. Coolant levels lowering.
In your face, Megatron.
Oh, yeah, this is the most PS3 thing because it is a PS3 game.
Critical. Every nanoclick counts. But we can accelerate the process by overloading the pulse regulator from the station's nerve center. That would
English,
definitely finish
please.
it off.
Well then, lead the way.
Oh, make it play.
Red alert. Structural integrity at 95%. Replace coolant immediately.
That's good.
I mean, it's a game called Warforcybertron. Like,
You were dead on.
I'm not
The
sure what
station's coming apart at the
jovial and
seams.
colorful it is about war.
When we get to the nerve center, we can really cause some damage.
Red alert. Structural integrity at 90%.
No such thing. Jump down for the coolant.
Alert. Energon beam integrity is compromised.
Yes, increased efficiency.
Incompetent fools! Find the Autobots immediately! The Autobots have overloaded the entire cooling system! Megatron will vaporize us if Trypticon goes offline! Move!
Yes, sir!
We're almost there, guys. The nerve center is just up ahead.
Oh, we got a tank boy.
You wanna see that
And
again?
snipers.
Intruders! Decepticons! Melt them down!
Burn through them, Autobots. Don't even slow down.
I never do.
The
Red
sniper.
alert. Structural integrity at 85%.
Oh, there you are.
Quick, clean, efficient.
Oh, two of them. What?
Rerouting power!
Die, Autobot!
Ready to fly!
Ah, you look back at me.
Laser stone!
Explosive!
You want more?
Right, that sniper. Where is it?
Kill the Autobots!
Ah, what the? Okay, one down.
Autobot scum!
There we go, dummy. Don't focus on me, I guess.
Incoming grenade!
Also, so the fucking sniper there. Up. Nope. Okay, let me give. Let's get the big guns.
Autobot
You get
grenade
stunned?
deployed!
Break the armor. Go for the chest. On.
Okay, wings are stowed.
For now, this game will figure out like the not bad. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it's a bad thing either. I honestly, I love its art style.
Rocket heading our way! Spectrum missiles, deploy! My weapons need to cool off.
Rockets from where? Oh. Oh, hi. And clear. Nothing here? Look important. Guess not. Survey the area. I hate proximity mines, no. Come on, just proximity mines, nothing else. Mine. Oh, that's your air raid. But it was an enemy. Oh.
Look at that! The beam is just eating those guys!
Yeah! How do you like that, Deceptor creeps?
Red alert. Structural integrity at 80%.
Hey, they took a swim. It's fine. Doesn't look good.
That's how I'd prefer all my hits to go.
Cooling weapons!
Ought to start calling you Boom Boom.
Take that, Decepticon, punk! Weapon ready to fire! Sure filled that one full of holes!
Wait, I can pop these? Oh.
Ready, willing, and able!
Okay, that was a headshot. Point blank, fair enough. I like some ammo first. With mine. Oh, there it is.
Always happy to find this kind of thing.
The nerve center is just ahead.
All right, we're here. What now, Jetfire?
We need to overload the beam's pulse regulator. Hit those switches on the far panel.
That was effective.
Engines firing! Way to go!
A good solid headshot is all it takes.
Wish they'd run out of those rockets. Spectrum missiles deployed! Oh! Knocked his rock off, eh?
I guess I have to go to the both of the switches. That's because this game likes to look like a Hollywood movie, the other ones look like the Decepticons. Just two colors are bright, colorful. Again, it's not a criticism of the vision. To be fair, the game itself, not really. I don't think it follows in suit design-wise as close to
now throw that second switch.
to the live action, personally. Like, it's more because of the dark atmosphere and some of the, at the very least with these current characters are more like, you know, gunmetal design. Even the original characters' designs are kind of akin to that, but it's still colorful. It's just mostly the atmosphere and the ambience of this entire game is dark. Oh. Okay.
Blast the pulse regulator!
Yeah, blast the thing that, sure, it does what you say it does.
Danger. Plasma approaching critical level.
Watch out! Decepticons incoming!
Hold them off! We have to give the plasma time to overload!
Enemy sighted!
I see you, Autobot scum!
Cooling weapon. One less Decepticon to worry about.
Come on, let me get to the turret.
Yeah!
Point.
That's how I prefer all my hits to go.
Nothing like making sure they're dead, huh? Good work!
Now do that to the rest!
Ah, not this
Natural
dude.
rusty.
Get out of there!
Oh, snipers.
Danger. Plasma level at 90%.
Now that's what I'm talking about!
Ah, shotgunners. I hate
Plasma level at
shotgunners.
90%.
Now that's what I'm talking about!
Danger. Plasma approaching critical level.
Watch out! Decepticons incoming!
Hold them off! We have to give the plasma time to overload! Decepticons are firing grenades!
Okay, from not sure exactly from where I was
Plasma level
hit.
at 90%.
Now that's what I'm talking about!
Danger. Plasma approaching critical level.
Watch out! Decepticons incoming!
Hold them off! We have to give the plasma time to overload!
Little trapped in here. Got a grenade coming in!
Need some HP, please. There we go.
Silverbolt at your service.
Also, your shotgun is bullshit. I cannot do that kind of damage on that range, and you can.
Just downed another one.
Grenade coming in!
Okay. And also, one of the things that
Plasma level
I'm
at
used to the
90%.
old game, not the old game, the new game,
Talking about!
Danger. Plasma approaching critical level.
is having access to a dash by default,
Decepticons incoming!
not
Hold them off! We
this
have to give the
BS.
plasma time to overload! Get those shields up!
Cooling weapons! Up ahead! Fire!
Take that, Decepticon punk.
Decepticons are firing grenades!
Quick, clean,
And
efficient.
also, one of my biggest complaints that I have with this game, I cannot rebind keys.
Launching grenade!
I'm stuck with the keybind options that I have.
Here we go.
Okay, fuck off. What was that?
Plasma level at 90%.
Now that's what I'm talking about!
Danger. Plasma approaching critical level.
Watch out! Decepticons incoming!
Hold them off! We have to give the plasma time to overload!
That's how I'd prefer all my hits to go.
I'm gonna deal with the shotgunners first.
Yeah, flipped his lid for him, huh?
One less Decepticon to worry about.
Sure filled that one full of holes.
I'm not getting any better!
Weapon cooldown complete.
Grenade!
Nobody stand behind my engines. Where's the problem?
I didn't want to take the HP.
Weapon's overheated. Decepticon vehicle approaching.
Danger. Plasma level at 100%.
Come on! Overload already!
No need to rush on my account. I like blasting Decepticons.
I
Every
don't.
nanoclick longer means more Autobot deaths. Hold your ground. Here comes another wave.
Weapons hot!
Okay, bullshit.
11 grenades!
That was effective.
Grenade in the air!
Silverbolt at your service.
Prepare to die, Autobot! Cooling weapons. She's gonna blow!
Okay. Need to change this weapon.
Plasma level at 90%.
Now that's what I'm talking
I'm
about!
redone at 90. Ah.
Plasma approaching critical level.
Watch out! Decepticons incoming!
Hold them off! We have to give the plasma time to overload!
Redone from 90%.
Get there! Explosion!
Time for the big guns!
3.
Seems a little excessive. Here we go.
Incoming! Weapons overheated! Just about down here! No! Ready! Get down!
Danger. Plasma level at 100%.
Come on! Overload already!
No need to rush on my account. I like blasting Decepticons.
Every nanoclick longer means more Autobot deaths. Hold your ground. Here comes another wave.
Weapon systems recharging!
Get those shields up!
Not sure I needed that much to do the job.
Weapons up! Get down! Weapons too hot!
Okay.
She's gonna blow! Blast those Decepticon freaks!
On.
Grenade!
Give me a second.
Don't understand how I'm hit from
Nobody
this
stand behind my engine.
an insane distance.
Fire grenade!
Incoming! Autobots detected!
Weapon systems recharging!
Danger. Plasma level at 110%.
110%? Goes that high?
No, that's the point! It's about to blow!
Finally. The shotguns are BS. 'Cause not only that, you know, they do high damage, but they also have high HP and decent mobility. Like they are doing like, all the. They are kind of going against the design principles. Because usually you have to have 2 out of the 3 good. You know, mobility, damage, or HP. but this one has decent mobility, high range and high damage, and HP.
Your stupidity is staggering. Did you not account for backup systems at all? No. Pity. Decepticons, find the Autobot intruders and dispose of them immediately.
Well, great. What do we do now?
We kill it at the source. Autobots, full thrusters. We need to find a way into that gun.
Now you're talking, Silverbolt.
What hit me? Just
Beam is down.
because I touched the spike?
What the? What just happened?
I must say, Autobots, your stupidity is staggering. Did you not account for backup systems at all? Decepticons, find the Autobot intruders and dispose of them immediately.
Well, great. What do we do now?
We kill it at the source. Autobots, full thrusters. We need to find a way into that gun. We'll blow it up from the inside.
Now you're talking, Silverbolt.
Turrets! Autobots, find cover!
On. Ooh. Oh, hi. Okay.
The gun is just behind that barricade. Fine. How do we get past it?
There are the controls.
What the? Oh shit!
Time to fly, but not resting.
We've been overrun! Fall back!
On my feet! Cloak active!
Now you see...
Are we in the clear? Get him? Oh, nice.
Excellent addition.
I would like to also get some ammo while I'm at it. Oh, there it is.
This certainly won't hurt.
Actually very similar to Mass Effect 2. Maybe, I can't really say. I've not played the series myself. So, not too familiar. I've seen some things of it here and there, so I guess I can see it, but anyways, I'll take a quick break here because an ad is about to pop up, and then I'll be right back because I was looking for a moment for a respite, but it just constantly threw me from one thing to another. So yeah, I'll take a break now and I'll be right back. There we go. I've returned. Now the ad is over. But yeah, man, I just took a glimpse, like on the socials, and yeah, I saw like somebody else that already announcing like, yeah, dropping out of Mr. Shoujo. So the numbers are dwindling every passing day or hour at this point. And also another sad thing, fucking Ozzy Osbourne died. Fucking damn. I heard he did like one final like farewell tour, and insanity for him to actually for this happening right after. I guess people definitely got their money's worth.
It's opening. Let's move.
Rest in power, Prince of Darkness.
The Autobots are keeping the rest of their transports grounded. Take aim at the planet's surface. Destroy Iacon City!
Uh-oh.
As you command, Lord Megatron. Readjusting alignment. Initiating bombardment of Iacon.
Was that... Did that thing just talk?
Yeah, it did. And it's about to fire on Iacon. Autobots, There, at the energy conduit. That's our point of entry. Go now! Move! We're inside the gun now, Optimus. We'll disable it ASAP.
And how exactly are we supposed to disable this thing?
There's got to be some kind of weak point. Just keep flying.
Ah, yes. Oh.
That sounded like laughter. Was that laughter?
Silverbolt, we're taking a pounding down here. Get that gun offline.
Come on, guys, hurry! Every time that gun fires, more Autobots die!
You cannot stop me, little Autobots. I am Trypticon. I am your death.
Oh, great Primus. I think this gun is a Cybertronian.
I live to serve Megatron and to destroy Autobots.
Aim for the fuel cells on the back of the destroyer.
Yeah, I know. Just need to deal with the snipers. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Ah, wrong one. Again. I hate this keybind. I wanted the abilities reversed. I just can't fucking do that. Because the game does not allow me to rebind keys.
That was effective. Nobody stand behind my entrance. Maybe I can cut loose a bit.
Destruction of Iacon City at 5%
Ooh.
nearing failure. Calculating angle for maximum damage to code archives.
I heard cloakers.
I downed another one.
Okay, I need some ammo. That. Scatter blaster. And
Re-engage.
ooh. Actually, I have this.
Here we go. Where's the problem?
Man, he keeps pressure on me, and I want to get the gun from the ground. I think they despawned anyways, fuck. Ah, damn it, Oh, and I have to redo all this
We're
part.
inside the gun now, Optimus. We'll disable it ASAP.
And how exactly are we supposed to disable this thing?
There's got to be some kind of weak point. Just keep flying.
That sounded like laughter. Was that laughter?
Silverbolt, we're taking a pounding down here. Get that gun offline.
Come on, guys, hurry! Every time that gun fires, more Autobots die!
You cannot stop me, little Autobots. I am Trypticon. I am your death.
Oh, great Primus. I think this gun is a Cybertronian!
I live to serve Megatron and to destroy Autobots.
Aim for the fuel cells on the back of the destroyer!
Well, the explosives work, that's for sure. Maybe I can do something.
Recharging!
Can nobody stand behind my engines?
Okay. One down.
City at 5% coverage. All of Ancient's defenses nearing failure. Calculating angle for maximum damage to code archives.
That was effective. My grenade's on its...
Direct hit to Xenoprime's vault. Destruction of Iacon City at 9.48% completion. Reacquiring targeted alignment parameters for stellar calories.
Give me a second.
Okay. This should help me out.
I need to recharge.
Knock it off!
Oh, that was close. Oh.
One less Decepticon to worry about.
Kill you!
Enter freely, Autobots. All you shall find is your destruction.
Oh. We get some ammo first.
Silverbolt, at your service. Time to fly, but not recklessly.
Okay, nothing else.
This looks like the vapor context chambers. Keep going! Look out!
Don't let those match.
I thought I could do it, but I guess I should have waited first.
This looks like the vapor context chambers. Keep going! Look out!
Don't let those mashers catch you.
Trypticon, I have the coordinates for Optimus Prime's exact location.
Target him now!
Yes, Lord Megatron. Zeroing in on coordinates now.
Did you hear that? One direct hit and Optimus is scrapped! Hurry!
Wait a second. Trypticon's a Cybertronian, right? Yeah, so? Then he must have a conversion cog. If we destroy it, he won't be able to stay online as a gun. He'll revert to his original form.
We don't even know what his original form is!
Maybe not, but anything is better than this. Great idea, Air Raid.
Lord Megatron, Optimus Prime's location is now target locked. Powering up for maximum impact.
Blast it!
They're gonna kill Prime! Move, move, move!
What the fuck hit me?
Come on, blast it! We need to get out of here now!
Oh. And there we go.
Defeated me, Autobots. You have only untethered your own destroyer.
What's it gonna take with this guy?
Silverbolt! He's jetting straight for the planet!
Aim at his jetpacks! We're not finished with him yet! Nice shot!
Feel the burn of my laser.
No, I don't know. Ah, okay.
Keep firing!
Watch those missiles!
Oh, damn it.
Your cause is hopeless. You cannot hope to defeat Trypticon.
I think you're the one tripping, not me.
That'll do it!
He's falling out of control now! Pour it on!
Well,
I will grind you into dust for this, Autobots.
Autobots, veer off! Let gravity do the rest!
yeah.
Optimus, Trypticon is falling out of orbit!
We're tracking the descent, Silverbolt. We'll take it from here.
Yay, and that's the chapter. And finally, one shall stand. Oh, 1 second, let me just take a quick drink. Ah. The mighty Trypticon has fallen to Cybertron's surface, but it is far from defeated. Final fight is on. One shall stand and one shall fall. Yeah. I'll go with Prime. I want the damage buff, and his weapon is good.
The orbital cannon is offline, but has revealed its true form to be none other than a savage monster named Trypticon. It races to the planet's surface like a meteor, hungry to enact revenge on the Autobots.
How about the Snickers instead? No?
Look! There it is!
That looked like it hurt.
Silverbolt, this is Optimus. We pinpointed the crash site and are moving in for a visual. I want you on standby in case there's any trouble.
Roger that, Optimus. We're jetting your way, but it'll take us some time to reach you.
You think that hunk of junk could survive a crash from orbit?
Trypticon is as tough as they come. If he is still alive, your weapons won't damage his armor. You'll have better luck targeting his weapon systems.
Thanks for the tip, Silverbolt. We'll be careful.
I'll take the rocket. Let's go.
This must be the place.
Really? What was your first clue? The total devastation?
Really? That damaged me? Ah. Oh.
What? Is that a tail?
Silverbolt, we've located Trypticon. Uploading coordinates now.
Oh, hi.
You thought you could destroy me? You thought you could destroy Trypticon? Ah, pathetic.
He's just laughing at us!
Abandon Hope Thurman. Your death approaches.
You heard Silverbolt. His armor's too tough.
He can't be invincible. We're overlooking something.
Look,
Oi.
I think his shoulder cannons are overheating. If we can cause
Okay,
him to overload,
that's BS. Okay, I just wanted to get my...
You thought you could destroy me? You thought you could destroy Trypticon? Ah,
damn it.
pathetic.
He's just laughing at us!
Abandon Hope Thurman. Your death approaches.
You heard Silverbolt. His armor's too tough.
He can't be invincible. We're overlooking something.
Look, I think his shoulder cannons are overheating. If we can cause them to overload, it might destroy him.
Ironhide's right. We've got to figure out how to overload those cannons.
Okay.
Thought you could destroy me? You thought you could destroy Trypticon? Ah, pathetic.
He's just laughing at us!
Abandon Hope Thurman. Your death approaches.
You heard Silverbolt. His armor's too tough.
He can't be invincible. We're overlooking something.
Look, I think his shoulder cannons are overheating. If we can cause them to overload, it might destroy him.
Ironhide's right. We've got to figure out how to overload those cannons.
Problem is, I don't really have opportunities to cover and also deal with the...
You thought you could destroy me? You thought you could destroy Trypticon? Ah, pathetic.
He's just laughing at us!
Abandon Hope Thurman. Your death approaches.
You heard Silverbolt.
His armor's too tough. He can't be invincible. We're overlooking something.
Look! I think his shoulder cannons are overheating. If we can cause them to overload, it might destroy him.
Ironhide's right. We've got to figure out how to overload those cannons. Working.
I'll grind you all to dust!
Okay.
Just need to let my weapon cool down.
Come on, I want to...
Air raid! Heal Prime and the others! Jetfire and I will cover you!
Deploying healing charges! Just be near them when they detonate!
Look out! Silverbolt! Jetfire!
Well, shit.
Autobots, Trypticon is about to attack. Be ready for anything.
You cannot escape from me. Now, die!
Owie.
Rerouting power to weapon systems! What's happening to his sides? They're changing!
He's still got the same problem. Too much heat buildup. Aim for those dissipation coils on his ribs.
We're following Ironhide's lead on this. Target those...
He's not as tough as he lets on.
Yeah, that looked really painful.
I'll crush you. I'll crush you all.
Keep it up, Autobots. We're hurting him.
Okay. Going that side.
Weapon systems recharging!
Okay. Yes. I don't have any place to get ammo. I don't see any. Ouch.
Fools, I cannot be defeated. Witness my true power.
We've barely even slowed him down!
Watch out for that tail!
Die!
Out of energy!
Oh, Dark Energon.
My weapons aren't hurting him at all!
Keep your optics open. He has to have some kind of weakness. Those power cores on his back look vulnerable.
Yes! Something to shoot!
Autobots, focus all fire on Trypticon's dorsal power cores. It's working! Hard on!
Nothing can stop me. Nothing!
Give me a second!
Okay, I'm out of ammo.
I need to recharge!
Whoa!
You are wasting my time. Lie down and die.
me. Ah, come on. I got stuck on that pickup. Please don't tell me I have to redo the time. Yeah, I have to. Fuck.
You are fools. I cannot be defeated. Witness my true power.
We've barely even slowed him down!
Man. I was right there.
Watch out for that tail!
Die!
My weapons aren't hurting him at all!
Keep your optics open. He has to have some kind of weakness.
Those power cores on his back look vulnerable!
Yes! Something to shoot!
Autobots, focus all fire on Trypticon's dorsal power cores.
It's working! Pour it on!
Nothing can stop me. Nothing!
Be with you again shortly. Just need a moment or two.
The jump. Literally, it didn't dash, it just let me fall. It killed my momentum. I can't believe this.
Fools, I cannot be defeated. Witness my true power.
We've barely even slowed him down! Give me a second!
I've messed this one up big time.
Watch out for that tail!
Die!
My weapons aren't hurting him at all!
Keep your optics open. He has to have some kind of weakness.
Those power cores on his back look vulnerable.
Yes! Something to shoot!
It's working! Hard on!
Nothing can stop me. Nothing.
Just need a moment or two.
When they came, they were no longer there.
You are fools. I cannot be defeated. Witness my true power.
We barely even slowed him down!
Watch out for that tail!
Die!
My weapons aren't hurting him at all!
Keep your optics open. He has to have some kind of weakness.
Those power cores on his back look vulnerable.
Yes! Something to shoot!
Autobots, focus all fire on Trypticon's dorsal power cores.
It's working! Hard on!
Nothing can stop me. Nothing!
chase!
Okay.
Thank Primus. It worked.
Don't jinx it.
Look out!
You haven't defeated me, Autobots.
You've lost, Trypticon. Autobots, roll out.
Oh.
Trypticon is defeated, but the victory is bittersweet. Optimus and the others watch as their brothers evacuate the planet in the galactic transports.
You did it, Prime. We
They
did
did
it,
it.
Ratchet. All of us. Many brothers were lost today, but thanks to our combined efforts, many more will live to find a home elsewhere.
Optimus, Megatron is still out there.
And as long as we remain here, we shall resist him. But in time, our turn will come to leave Cybertron as well. I have commissioned a new galactic transport for us, an Ark, in which we shall make our journey through the stars. No matter where we go, Cybertron will be with us.
And there we go. Honestly, beautiful game overall. It has its moments, but overall it's fine. Did they remove the song from the credits? Because there was a song in the credits. Aw, man. Kinda sad. I don't have game audio, like, I have game music though, because... Oh, I would have probably heard it, but there isn't any. Man. Game. I'm just gonna leave it here, because, you know, props to all the people who did all this work, because for a game in 2010, and for a property who hasn't had a lot of good track records when it comes to, like, you know, games, you know, High Moon has done an amazing service to the IP. Like this one for Cybertron. From what I've heard, the Dark of the Moon tie-in game, because it was also made by them, and I've heard that it was pretty good out of all the tie-in movies. So that's nice, but unfortunately that one is a console exclusive. It's only on PS3 and Xbox 360, so there's no way for me to try it. I've also heard there's a Transformers Armada game for the PS2 that I've heard like good things about it, but again, it's a PS2 game from long ago that, you know, no longer any licensing or IPs long before, you know, any sort of cross-platform things could have been done. So again, another thing where I would need the console and the game to access it. They do not have. So yeah. Special thanks, Bobby Kotick. No, don't thank him. Don't thank that man. But yeah, those two Transformers Devastation by Platinum, which I played on stream a long time ago, almost a year ago. I think, yeah, almost a year ago. If not slightly over a year. But yay, we are safe for now. Thanks to you, Autobots. RC is now unlocked for escalation and multiplayer, which I cannot play because the game is not available anymore with servers being shut down. But yeah, we finalized the campaign, meaning that we have access to a lot of extras now. To be able to, yeah, see all of them. So now we have access to, I think, Decepticon bosses. So here's some concept art for Tripticon. I think they buffed up his proportion because he has got like tiny arms in here. Okay, that was a cool first idea, kind of make him more T-Rex looking. But it's not really too close to his OG design, so I haven't really jumped to that. Yeah, his head gun, his mouth gun. Yeah, absolute unit of a robot. Yeah, the weird alien creature for Dark Energon at the core. Yeah, another image with Tripticon. That was it when it comes to bosses. Also have Decepticon soldiers. Not that we get like a concept art for Shockwave, but we've not seen a glimpse of him in the entire campaign. He's only for like the multiplayer. Same here with Dead End. Onslaught as well. Slipstream. General Viacon. Breakdown, we had him. Like a mission, I think. Barricade for like another or two. Yeah, Autobot recruits. I think I haven't seen this one either. Like so. Jetfire. Is it Jetfire or no, not Jetfire, Air Raid. Jetfire is this one. Silverbolt. I really like this. Because yeah, look, these three, all of them, which is akin to their G1 design, is mostly white and kind of red coloring. So yeah, it kind of had that kind of grimy, dark look. But you have some of the more colorful one, like Sideswipe, Ironhide, Warpath. RC, but she's only for multiplayer. Jazz, again, I think we've seen a glimpse of Jazz, I'm not sure, but again, just multiplayer for this one. I forgot his name. Not Red Alert, I forgot his name, because I know him from the Energon series, but doesn't come to mind. Autobot vehicle, like, I don't know how the Viacon, the Autobot counterpart for Viacon would be, the Autobot soldier. Oh, yeah, Decepticon leaders and Autobot heroes. I think we've seen Optimus Prime's designs. Decepticon leader as well. Megatron. Yeah, I don't think I've missed anything. The orbital station. But yeah, those are kind of the things. That's are done. All the movies are all the cinematics that we've seen. You know, the epilogue for Autobots, Decepticon One, all the chapters. Talkable characters, we have them for the multiplayer, but we can't play them. And the credits. I think they might have removed, might have patched out the song because of credits, because of licensing. But I could have swore they still kept the song. And after, to be fair, I don't think I played this game after the IP got shut down. I played more Fall of Cybertron than this one. And Fall of Cybertron, I know it still has all the licensed songs in it, from what I remember. So yeah, a bit of a shame, honestly. A bit of a shame. But yeah, that's Transformers Cybertron. One of the many games that have suffered the same fate that others would suffer if stopkillinggames does not go through, which I don't think is going to be the issue right now, is if a developer decides to end support and completely, and the game itself is heavily tied to multiplayer, or it has a chunk of its experience tied to multiplayer, well, good luck. There's nothing you can do about it. Because now, you know, if I wanted to go escalation, error must be logged in to play. If I want to log in, create an account, let's say card. Yep, could not create an account. The transformerswarforcybertron servers is not available at this time. Please try again later. Which that later is never happening. Go for the multiplayer. Yeah, it is what it is. Which is a shame because that like good, like had like a PvE kind of like horde shooter. He had like the multiplayer, which also was really fun. And Fall Cybertron had the same thing. The only unfortunate thing is that this one is also cool, guys. Has like the co-op campaign, because the bots could be players instead. But again, because the servers are shut down, even the co-op can no longer be played, which is a shame. But yeah, anyways, I'll be taking a break, and then after that, we're gonna jump back to discuss some more stopkillinggames things, and do all of that as kind of like an end of stream. So yeah, I'm still gonna be around even if the game is done. So yeah, I'll take a break and I'll be right back. Okay, now, even though we are officially done with the warforcybertron game, I still want to hang around for a bit longer, just to do a few more extra things before I'm gone. Because as I said, there's a few things that have kind of like come up, and I would like to kind of like quickly check and have a bit of a discussion about. At the very least, kind of like my own perspective on it, because I know. There's been like a mention from Ross that I think some publishers have pushed a bit heavy against the stopkillinggames initiative, in some way kind of like creating some claims that there is some sort of illegality in the initiative, or at the very least in what the initiative is requesting to achieve, or something of the sort. So I'm planning to look at that as well, because I would like to see like Ross's statement in video like about it, and kind of I guess have a discussion reaction video about it and see what's the deal with it. But before we jump to that, I've also managed to find a statement from an article which was a response to the Video Games Europe statement against the stopkillinggames European Citizens Initiative. And from my understanding, there's some people who have some better knowledge or some experience, at least at a level of journalism, and inform themselves when it comes to certain tech and game related topics. And they've made basically a pointer response for each of the main arguments that the initiative has. Not the initiative, the Video Games Europe statement has put out, and basically said how none of their statement really hold a lot of ground, or how exactly they are kind of like worded around to feel like it's more of a problem than it actually is. So I wanted to kind of look at it because, you know, even though I give my own perspective, as I said before, I don't have way adverse when it comes to certain legal aspects of like IPs and envtuber, or even some more aspects of the kind of more higher level tech infrastructure or back-end engineering. I'm not too knowledgeable about, so because of that I couldn't offer too much of an argument. So I wanted to see like and read over this this response, because I've skimmed a bit through some of the points and I feel like they understand, or at least have some grasp and better perspectives on these issues. And I want to kind of see this kind of like counter argument of their counter argument and see what exactly it's talking about. I'm not sure if I'm gonna give too much input myself on it, because I don't know if I have anything extra to add to it, but I just kind of wanted to look over to it because I think it's gonna be useful. And after that we're gonna see the I think Ross's video and probably end it for today. That's probably as much I'm gonna push it. I'm not gonna try to milk the topic because I don't have like many discussion points. I'm just, you know, doing this whole point of this kind of keep awareness and keep people in the know of all these things happening. So yeah, Stop Killing Games, the case against deletion. My voice cracked for a second, sorry. That this article is a web-published version of the reputable response of the video games of Europe, a trade lobby group in the EU, viewable and downloadable here. Okay. So there's also like a downloadable statement that you can keep yourself. So Video Games Europe, or VGE for short, has issued a position paper contesting the Stop Killing Games petition, defending current industry practices regarding server shutdowns and asserting that continued access to online video games must remain solely at the discretion of the right holders. We reject this framing. The petition is not an attack on intellectual property rights or economic freedom. It is a call for minimum preservation guarantees, cultural responsibility, and consumer fairness. Below is our point-by-point response beginning at the introduction. So yeah, this is basically one to kind of them deconstructing all of their arguments against that VGE Video Games Europe has made against the movement, and how exactly it don't necessarily hold too much water, or what they are claiming is not necessarily what the initiative asking of them. So first one, interactive media, and it does not equal ephemeral license. VGE claims that unlike books or films, online video games are mutable works and thus cannot be preserved or sustained in the same way. But evolution over time does not preclude continuity of access. Consumers are not misled when a game evolves. They are misled when a product disappears entirely. The industry cannot have it both ways, profiting of the illusion of permanence while disclaiming responsibility for ensuring any part of that permanence survives. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things of you can't have your cake and eat it. So just because you're claiming that, because that's the kind of thing you're putting out there, you don't have any transparency onto the fact that, hey, this game may not be permanently accessible, but also at the same time, which, you know, which could mislead the consumer to be like, oh, I'm buying an online game. There's no clear statement that this game at some point or another it's gonna shut down. So hey, I'm putting my money and making a long-term investment. Because believe me, for some people, buying video games, especially this economy, is a long-term investment. And I remember back when I was younger and was deciding to, you know, what game to buy, I always focused on games that gave me the most out of my buck. Hence why I kind of glance more into the RPG scene, because RPG games gave me hundreds of hours of playtime with just one purchase, and that meant that I didn't need any other game until for a long time. So that's why I really always kind of like. So for a lot of consumers, it's the same thing. Like, hey, some people that logistics can also apply to multiplayer games. You know that a multiplayer title is also you have the pretense that it's always going to be active. You're going to always have access to play with it. You have people to play with it. It's the type of game that you enjoy, and once you bought it, you just kind of play continuously, and having no clear definition that, or a clear statement that this game is permanent or not, is misleading. And at the same time, if you're not putting that out there, but at the same time you're also disclaiming or also kind of going onto this argument that there's no such thing as permanence, then make a disclaimer. You cannot disclaim, you cannot avoid to disclaim the lack of permanence and at the same time claim that there can be no permanence. Yeah, ownership and licensing, a pretext, not justification. The assertion that all video game purchases are simply licenses is legally sound, but morally inadequate. Licensure in digital markets is now so expensive that it obscures consumers' expectations. Consumers believe they are purchasing access for as long as the product is usable. If a publisher sells live services, they must either make clear that the access is temporary or ensure graceful X-fitting options exist. The Stop Killing Game petition demands the latter, not indefinite server operation, but a survivable form of access for once a line services cease. So yeah, as we mentioned before, an end-of-life plan in such a way that we as the consumers can take the mantle ourselves, and if we want to host our own servers with the minimum required functionality. We don't ask that necessarily every aspect of the live service to be functional, like the stores could be shut down, certain functionalities of the account can no longer be available either, disconnect from customer servers, all that. Like, we're fine with that. Just give us some form of access to the game in one form or another. So that's or at the very least, make clear that the game itself has basically an expiration date, which is the lesser of the two. The better option would be the second, but is how it is. We'll see how exactly that's gonna push on. Feasibility of preservation is a design problem, not a legal one. VGE claims that technical and architectural limitations prevent feasible support for private servers or offline modes. This is a design outcome. Developers can and should design with separation of concerns in mind. Abstracting networking layers is isolating gameplay logic and exposing private server stubs or dedicating hosting modes. Nothing is in the petition calls for retroactive rewrites of 10-year-old games. Demand is for forward-looking mandates. If you sell a connected game, plan for its afterlife. So yeah, again, as it was mentioned before, and I said it as well, you put yourself into this hole of everything having to be heavily interconnected and heavily codependent to each other. You've designed these. You've created this infrastructure. So yeah, because of that, we understand that it may be too complex, it may require too much effort and resources to change whatever already exists. So for the future ones, for the ones not even planned, design them that way. Think onto those, have those concepts already planned in advance. Don't necessarily, deny them from the very get-go. Again, you put yourself in this situation, you yourself can get yourself out of it. It's there's nothing wrong. The same way you figure out a design concept, the same way you figure out the design of the infrastructure. Not necessarily exactly the same, but in the sense that you also plan the infrastructure and how it's designed. You also have documentation and preparation for it, a pipeline. Player safety and moderations are false dilemmas. The claim that private servers inevitably foster abuse due to the lack of moderation is unsupported. Many game communities successfully self-govern with effective moderation tools for banning, filtering, and reporting. These decentralized systems often respond more quickly and appropriately than centralized moderation. Official moderations do not guarantee safety or data protection. Major breaches such as Sony's 2011 PlayStation Network hack affecting millions of users and Nintendo's 2020 account compromises expose vulnerabilities in centralized systems. These incidents demonstrate that centralized control is not inherently more secure or safer for players. Publishers retain legal enforcement rights against IP misuse regardless of server control, making exclusive moderation unnecessary. So yeah, time and time again, we have current proof of games that have private servers, connected private servers access that already self-regulate, self-govern and self-moderate with either their own created tools or existing ones that are third-party and accessible and usable to some sort through API connections and any other like other forms of connectivity. And again, because they are not a big centralized system, a big customer service center that allows to respond to millions of claims, who knows, per day, and it's something more decentralized, something more smaller community, more more closed circle of well, it's easier for those people, for those within the closed circle, to just regulate those within there, because it's also a game of numbers at the end of the day. And aside from that, there's also, as said with the self-governing, communities themselves rat out any other bad actors. So hey, if some communities realize that server is bad because it doesn't have the proper moderation or reporting tools, or it has a lot of vulnerabilities that have not been addressed when it comes to general basic security, cyber security, the committee is gonna point that out and leave. Maybe some are gonna take a shot, but again, it doesn't like to probably at the same level to how it's been given here, that even big centralized systems like the PSN, Nintendo, and we've seen even other in the past with Microsoft and Gmail and Google having a ton of data breaches. It doesn't mean that them having control over the moderation and cybersecurity means that we are actually going to be safe. Hi there, Reddit. We are talking about the Stop Killing Games movement. I've recently found a statement made, basically an article that offers a ton of counterpoint statements against the counter argument that Video Games Europe have made to deny the Stop Killing Games movement. Basically, Video Games Europe is a big lobbying group of video game publishers within the European Union. They offered a statement against the Stop Killing Games movement against it, and offered a ton of reasons why exactly it's the problem. I've also read that one last week or 2 weeks ago, I think, and kind of gave my own thoughts, and a lot of the points, even from my perspective of it as a game developer that may not know all the legalities when it comes to IP ownership and even some aspects of server or back-end infrastructures and engineerings, can still realize that a ton of the points offered do not hold water, or at the least they are not strong counter arguments or concerns, and a lot of the aspects that they are arguing against, the movement already made very clear what their statement is, including the push that the movement from the very get-go says that we do not ask you to do indefinite support, but somehow they still push that kind of narrative. And yeah, and I found an article that basically deconstructs and says, no, you're completely wrong with all these points against towards Video Games of Europe, and say like, your entire counter statement is bullshit, it doesn't mean anything. And I'm kind of reading through it because in certain points it might offer better informed arguments against certain points that I couldn't offer, because yeah, I'm a game developer, I have some understandings, but to a limit. I'm still the creative. I'm not a server or engineer or anything of the sorts, or some sort of legal advisor that knows how IPs and licenses can be handled. So there are certain aspects that even I lack in knowledge. So people that are more informed or done their proper journalism that I probably couldn't do, or at the least not in the same not at the same speed as they do it, or efficiency. I feel like it's worth just having a quick skim through it. And after that, I'm also planning to watch at Ross Curse Farms video, because apparently I think some publishers made some sort of like false claim towards the European Parliament that some some demands of Video Game Europe of the Stop Killing Games initiative are illegal in some sort. And again, which is a big no-no, because making false claims towards the European Parliament, it's a big legal no-no. So they could be in trouble because trying to stomp the movement this way. So that's something I would like to. I'll look after I'm done with this kind of counterpoints. But yeah, this one was mentioning about this how letting the moderations and player security towards communities is problematic, because it can be against, it can create it cannot offer the proper level of moderations or general cybersecurity. And this point, which I've also know from personal experience, and not just as a personal experience as a player, not even as a developer, because you can see it out there. There is a ton of private servers and other sort of communities that self-moderate and self-govern each other very well. In some cases, they even bring in their own, like, anti-cheat systems and reporting and automated like ban systems within their servers. So they moderate themselves pretty well. And even in those situations where those servers do not have it, the community is gonna always speak out. Like, if they realize that there's a server that has a ton of bad actors, or a server that is vulnerable, the communities be like, hey, that server is a not good server to be at. You can it's a high risk server, don't be there. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna avoid it. Maybe there's gonna be some who are gonna bite the bullet here and there on occasion. It's happened, it's the nature of the beast. But it's not gonna be like some sort of like widespread data breach or anything of the sort, or security breach. And even here the statement even kind of counter argued that the centralized moderation systems that a ton of publishers have actually are more prone to or at the least do not guarantee safety and data protection, considering that quite a few big names have had data breaches themselves. Sony in 2011, and Nintendo in 2020. So and technically centralized systems can be more of a problem than decentralized one, because if you have all the data in one place instead of having something decentralized where just a few information is scattered in certain places here and there, at the very least not as many people are going to take the fall. Yeah, security risks and server code exposure. Manageable with modern tooling. Oh, game publishers offer data security, they're just doing a bad. Yeah, in general we've seen, and even general aspects of like customer service in some situation has been horrible. In my case, at the very least, in times when I had to deal with customer service for video games, I've had pretty decent customer service, so I've not necessarily minded. But I've heard experiences with people that it wasn't amazing. Yeah, security risks and server code exposure manageable with modern toolings. Releasing server binaries or game code carries risk, but open source ecosystem from web servers to game engines have operated securely for decades. Unreal Engine and that kind of thing. Techniques such as stripping proprietary libraries, stubbing licenses, licensed components, and redacting sensitive functions enable community involvement without full source disclosure. The risks cited in VGE's position may be overstated. The petition encourages development of realistic technical solutions to ensure community survivability after official support ends, such as releasing final server binaries or supporting peer-hosted servers, while protecting IP and complying with licenses. Successful examples include community-run servers for Command & Conquer through CNC Online, long-standing modding and server support ecosystems around Minecraft. I think Minecraft is one of the best examples of community-supported servers, and fan-operated servers for RuneScape, all demonstrating suitable community stewardship. Even the repeated centralized platform breaches exposing users' data, for example, like above, Sony and Nintendo, decentralized hosting could reduce single points of failure and improve ecosystems' resilience. This approach balances safety, security, and IP protection through legal and technical means without forfeiting control. Yeah, you can have control of what exactly you release through your binaries. You can detach sensitive information, or lock sensitive information and data, and anything that is under like certain license control. Again, because this is all planned out for future games, nothing to be done retroactively, sorry. So this is not going to be required for any existing games, at least. You can design future systems and future infrastructure in such a way where you can detach once you want to release server binaries or create, you know, or simply create, you know, peer hosted servers, or you know, functionality, kind of how Minecraft has it, how Team Fortress has it as well, for example. Like, yeah, you still have the, you know, the general official servers for things like matchmaking and anything of those sorts, but at the same time you have the additional option of having the manual peer hosted, you know, search section of, or like search list, where just you get a server list, you join at whatever server you want, and that's it. And that one is hosted by another player in the community. That's it. So yeah, and having not everything be part in one centralized system, it can offer technically more protection, because everything is scattered around. You don't have any all of it clumped into one space. And if there is a possibility that there is a breach in the future, because again, cybersecurity is a bit of a cat and mouse game at times, at the very least you know that you are not going to lose everything, just some data. Yeah. Intellectual property erosion, a mischaracterization. VGE argues that enabling continued access erodes copyright and undermines control over derivative works, but the petition does not demand redistribution rights, remixing, or the release of raw assets. It requires access to play that what was already been purchased, under limited conditions, post-commercial support. No principle of copyright law requires right holders to actively obstruct preservation. The choice to delete working game is not an inevitable consequence of copyright, it is a business preference. So yeah, and to be fair, again, my argument here, and it's something that it has been seen at the very least within the physical gaming space, or more specifically in the TTRPG gaming space, game licenses. And you know, for example, if you remember, like D&D is OGL, you know, or like Pathfinder's Orc license. Those are licenses that allow you, then give you the criteria and the regulation to allow you to create derivative work, but also at the same time clearly state what you are allowed and not allowed to utilize for that derivative work. So yeah, the OGL, for example, in D&D tells you that yes, you can create a derivative work based on the D20 system and the base SRD classes, which now are Creative Commons accessible. But at the same time, you are not allowed to use any licensed information, or like licensed content, like that could be lore, named NPCs. In some cases, even certain monster types, or monsters more specifically, and certain locations or certain settings are withholden against it. In some cases even like classes. I think Artificer, for example, not allowed under the I think under the OGL to create any derivative work, at the very least monetize derivative work for it. So there already exists licenses out there, at the very least in the physical gaming space, that offer you the details in what you're allowed to do with this game and what you aren't. And at the same, and be able to protect their IPs and their properties and their intellectual. And in that point, there is no like form of erosion. If you really want to be a stinker about it, you can also be like, hey, you're not allowed to make not safe for work, or mature content based on this product. Because in some situations, I don't know if the OGL does it or some other license. There could be some licenses that kind of push into that direction as well, which is, in my opinion, it's a bit of a stinker. But still, again, if those licenses offer you control, and people then have the liberty and choice to enact them however they see fit. If they agree with the license, okay, they're gonna work within it, if to some extent or another. They're not gonna breach it, that's for sure. So that you have the possibility, you have the options, and you already have gaming licenses, because end user license agreements, the ULAs. That's basically it. You're basically agreeing to a license to some terms. You can make it as part of that, or you can just do it similarly to how D&D and other like the RPG properties have it. Create a general game license for digital titles that could operate under. But yeah, impact on investment, innovation, and growth refuted by history. VGE claims that Preservation harms investment, and innovation is contradicted by decades of evidence. In fact, titles such as Doom, Duke Nukem 3D, Star Control 2, and Minecraft illustrate the opposite. Community-led continuity extends interest, fuels mod-driven innovation, and strengthens AP value. Yeah, when you unlock modding support for games, literally that game could just live forever. Even to this day, the 93 Doom community is still alive and still making insane content. Like my house.wad, like it's a recent creation, and it's still like it kind of, you know, I think it broke slightly over the mainstream, not too much, but kind of enters slightly into the more mainstream, at the least the Doom community with it, and it's still insane. Like, again, games that are decades old are still alive because of modding support and because of allowing communities to keep those games alive and to support them themselves. id Software explicitly designed Doom to support modding. Both John Carmack and John Romero credit its enduring popularity due to the vibrant creator community that followed. The developers of Star Control have praised projects like Urquan Masters for preserving the series of cultural impact. Notch, creator of Minecraft, cited the game's open feedback loop and modding scene as essential to its explosive growth, and committed to the future open sourcing. And yeah, like I think like one of the big explosions that Minecraft had after the general Minecraft explosion back in like 2012, that was with most of the Minecraft content creators at the time, that some of them, like, you know, shifted towards like some of the mod packs and modding sections of it, like mod because I remember even to this day, like the Yogscast you know, mod pack series with their tech kit. And I don't think, did they do Hexit? I don't think they did Hexit. I know they did tech kit. Not the one that you had the mod that allowed you to go to space. There were some other ones, and in a very kind of Yogscast fashion, at the very least at the time, they kind of slowly incorporated like a lot of storytelling and narrative to it. So it wasn't just, hey, here's a server with a ton of friends and everybody is doing their own content in their own channels at random times. In some cases, it started to kind of have this kind of built build-a and I think that really helped like grow and explode with you know, the general content, and of course even with normally with the OG Minecraft series of Yogscast, the Shadow of Israfel, which is still a classic, and we're never gonna see that conclusion ever. That game initially started as this kind of like slowly evolved kind of storytelling through the game, but then it slowly shifted into this more heavily modded game, because at a certain point the storyline really got into a ton of modding and a ton of like modded aspects of that series, and I think like that really elevated the series and kept people engaged in it. But yeah, more than just preserving games, these models have incubated talent. Many of today's leading developers and industry professionals began in the modding or indie communities. Restricting games to live-only support models risks cutting off this pipeline of creativity and self-taught development. A loss not only to players, but to the future of the medium. Like, yeah, a lot of people, like a lot of big names even to this day, like some of them come from like the modding community or like from within the community of games. Like certain, like I know in WoW, some of the more younger by comparison devs came after the fact, like post Cataclysm or like post Wrath of the Lich King, some of the developers there, because they were like players of the game and somehow then got themselves also involved into working at the game. Even like I think somebody, if I'm not mistaken, one of the cinematic directors, or I think it's like cinematic leads, it literally created like initially started as a machinima creator for WoW, and then was basically hired by Blizzard and was one of the biggest people that had handled a ton of the cinematics and video and online content. Like did like some of the Raft cinematics, and if I'm not mistaken, and some of the other ones, and some of the cinematics for like the patch launches and everything of the sort. So yeah, still like a big thing that it's a way to kind of create and to enable talent to be to self-express and self-teach themselves, because having the freedom and the low risk of, you know, just being there doing something for a game just because you think it's fun is really important. And as I've kind of said it before, the kind of, you know, official quote-unquote, this kind of like a not necessarily taught, but this kind of like education, or at the very least a higher learner option that has become available in the past years, is not necessary. It's not necessary. It's a path you can take as a way for you to get yourself within the gaming industry and within the gaming community, but not necessarily the go-to option, the only option. You can learn and become a developer just by making your own projects and having the ability to create them within existing big titles is a big deal. Yeah, preservation mechanics such as mod support, server binaries, and offline modes are not burdens. They are long-term assets that sustain relevance and goodwill. This is not speculative. Large-scale online games already use modular architecture to manage evolving content. Smaller titles can exist with practical handoff strategies, final state server, peer host lobbies, or offline conversion. No one-size-fits-all approaches required only meaningful alternatives to deletion. So yeah, again, it's at the end of the day, it's up to the developers. Like, every developer knows how their infrastructure and their game is set up, so they have options how to handle it if they want. Like, nobody is asking for a one-term solution. Like, anything that pushes towards preservation, you know, final state server, peer hosted, offline conversions, these are all options. Nobody says that you have to do only one of them. You do the one that is appropriate to the product that you have created, which is kind of the reason why stopkillinggames has not really pushed this this idea of here's the solution we are offering, or we are kind of putting on the table for you to handle, because they kind of understand that every game might be different, and every game's form of preservation might look different, and they're not gonna ask something that then can easily be argued against and be like, no, you have freedom how to do it, but you have the responsibility to do it. We are only putting legal accountability towards preservation. That's basically what the movement is asking, not necessarily asking you to do it in a specific way, just that you're held accountable from this point on. Third-party licensing and music rights, known constraints solvable in licensing. Games containing third-party content can be scoped accordingly. Music licenses can expire without taking the entire game offline, either by patching out the music, literally just as I just finished the Transformers game right today. I just made the note that I remember the credit scene at the end had music. Or had a song, which I'm pretty sure was like Stan Bush or something like that, but it was no longer there. It was completely silent, most likely because the licensing expired. So when the licensing ended also for the game, they patched it out of the game, so they no longer had licensing issues. Done. You know, patching it out, muting it, or providing silent versions for community to use. These constraints are not new, and publishers negotiate them routinely. It is disingenuous to present licensed soundtracks as immovable obstacles, and other preservation channels, films, television, archive media solve these problems regularly. So yeah, it's again, for each aspect of the license, you can find solutions that probably even other industries already figured out, so follow suit. Also, hi there, Willow, how you doing? Let me quickly shout out. I continue my yapping around here. Hope you have fun. Let me see with whatever you. Oh, some of us too. Hope you have fun with that. Of course, I do appreciate shouting out other cool peeps that I see hanging around or do cool stuff. So, you know, you are within that category. Choose whichever. I'm doing well, munching on some shrooms. Hope you're enjoying that. Nice, nice. Also, actually, kind of putting a point there with the Overwatch 2, like, you know, weird tangent related to stopkillinggames. Another thing that technically stopkillinggames could push on, or at the very least, could create it as a cause and effect of it all. If certain, depending on how the regulations will be worded or created, scenarios like how it happened with Overwatch, where the game shifted from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, but no way to backtrack to the original state of the game, or the post-sequel state of it, would technically not be a viable practice anymore, or at the very least not viable in terms of regulations and preservations. Which, you know, it's a good thing, because honestly, I've said it before, because I've jumped at Overwatch 2 when they did the Overwatch Classic event. And let me tell you something, I loved playing Overwatch Classic. I enjoyed playing Overwatch Classic a lot more than the main game, than the current state of the multiplayer shooter. And I enjoyed being there playing as OG Reinhardt, and having a ton of fun with it, and playing with some of the OG classes and characters. Like, that's kind of thing. It's a preservation not only of it, but also of the experience, and not only of the game. And some people would have probably enjoyed that experience. And we understand that the game shifted, you shifted philosophies, but that doesn't mean that we should lose the identity and the philosophy of the first one. Oh, Ryan was so silly. Look, I was a Ryan main. He was my boy. He was my go-to. I was a menace. I enjoyed playing the guy. I don't know, after Overwatch 2, where they made basically shields be basically paper mache and could have been downed in like seconds, to me Reinhardt like felt useless. It just was, because they made all the other tanks unstoppable machines. Like the rework Orisa in Overwatch 2, I had a lot more fun with her, because literally I was a man. I was basically a DPS with extra HP, because that's how most of the tanks that they released in the original state of the Overwatch 2 release, and kind of felt like they were like chunkier DPSs. They're not really tanks. And to me, that was Orisa, and I had a lot of fun with Orisa and being a menace and just killing everything in sight with her rework. Again, it's kind of those aspects that certain states of the game could be lost, and this could, with the stopkillinggames, this could probably be prevented in the future, not having this weird jump and transition from one game to another and losing access to what was before. And seeing that, you know, the game itself also has its own kind of like not necessarily modding, but the kind of, you know, like a workshop or forge thing where you can like make like custom like servers or like game modes or like hosted mini things. They could have done that with you know, they could have like kept Overwatch 1 separately, enabled that maybe a bit more freely, and let the community do their fun things. Maybe some wanted to revert back to the OG and just adapted it in the script. Maybe some wanted to even improve. Like, they did like a thing. I've not played it myself. I forgot exactly what the change was with Ryan. And I think for the whole thing with Talon, where they had this kind of like alternate universe. And they had like for the PvE or special game mode for that alternate universe. I think that like, they did a small rework to Ryan, which I looked at it and I was like, honestly, if they put that as a default, that will probably solve the current issue that I saw with Ryan in Overwatch 2, because it gave him like a lot of extra survivability, or like something like I don't know, like was it like increased damage or something like that? I don't know. He gave him like a lot more to do, and it basically fixed him. But anyways, weird rant and weird tangent with this one. But yeah, I would say that I just saw Overwatch 2 and it kind of jumped to my mind that technically this petition and this regulations could shift and also kind of solve this weird scenario where in some cases the developer decides to, oh no, we're heavily overhauling the game and you're losing access to the old one and calling it a sequel, and be like, no, don't do that, keep the prequel the way it was and just make a sequel a separate product, which should have been a thing in my opinion. To be fair, it was a thing, but they realized that they probably overscoped, or, you know, Papa Activision just cut funding or whatever happened there. Anyways, I'm not gonna go into the rant with the entire like Blizzard thing, that how they messed a ton of shit in like early in the past a few years ago. I think they're getting a bit better here and there. They're probably learning from their mistakes, but still rough. I still enjoy the game. Or like, at least not necessarily the game Overwatch, but some of the stuff there. Like the classic stuff, I'm still fond of it with WoW. And general retail, just never had an opportunity to play the new saga. But yeah, PEGI ratings and code of conduct. VGE argues that PEGI obligations prevent enabling community hosting. This is backwards. PEGI requirements apply only while publishers actively offer multiplayer services, not after those services have ended. Once official support ceases, PEGI oversight ceases as well. The only way to maintain continuous compliance would be to never end support, which the petition does not call for. Ah, interesting, because I don't know the details of the PEGI rating and code of conduct, so actually that's interesting insight. Was aware that technically when official support ends, that's also when the PEGI oversight kind of ends. Got a lurk, but I hope your stream goes well. I also missed Cybertron One. Yeah, it's a shame. But also, anyways, good luck out there, whatever you're doing, and appreciate the lurk, don't you worry. Do whatever you have to do. Yeah, I also missed that game. It's a shame. Really enjoyed it. It was probably one of my favorite hero shooters at the time. I played a lot of it. But yeah. Anyways, PEGI does not restrict preservation. It governs commercial availability, not post-market cultural continuity. The notion that enabling community hosting conflicts with PEGI obligations confuses active service regulation with post-service software access. The same holds true outside of Europe. In the United States, the ESRB oversight applies only to actively marketed and maintained games. Japan's Zero similarly regulates commercially distributed content, not community-run servers or post-support use. The so-called problem VGE raises is not regulatory conflict, it is the absence of one. So yeah, basically, as long as the game is no longer on the market, PEGI, ESRB, and Zero are not gonna care. You're no longer market the game, you're no longer selling it. It's just there available for those who still own it, and they do themselves in their own, within their own, you know, rights of ownership, whatever they're doing with the hosting. So that's completely under regulation, so it's fine. Good to know. I've not, because this was what actually, as I said, why I wanted to kind of read this, because certain points I didn't know, because I didn't know the details, and not sure if I would have been able to kind of got to that point and figure out those details. So yeah, PEGI rating was one of them, like how exactly the regulations for PEGI and ESRB and all the other codes of conduct worked. Because again, I've not dealt with them. I'm a creative. I'm a game designer. I'm out there to make the silly game. I don't know legal things. Also, I did hydrate, Willow. I didn't forget. I just forgot to mention it. I appreciate the hydrate. Thanks a lot. Okay, consumer protections, incomplete and ineffective. The position paper references consumer law requirements for transparency and duration, but the reality is clear. Few consumers read the licenses, and fewer still understand that support may end at any time. The petition highlights that current consumer protections do not address the disappearance of purchased content. The industry sells games that later become unplayable, thereby nullifying the value sold. The Digital Content Directive allows for pro-rated refunds if conformity fails, but it does not mandate survivability. The gap is precisely what is this petition is trying to address. So yeah, the problem here is that, yeah, they might apply under current laws, but those laws right now are flawed. They don't make clear obligations of making clear statements for how long this game is available, or if this game might end its support at any time or at some point. Like, they are buried under legals and tons of legals and licensing terms that, you know, they are specifically designed for you, the consumer, not to read them, because who the fuck reads the end user license agreement? It's pages of text when you're trying to play a game, and certain aspects and certain but this is an important point where, okay, if you really want to hold yourself to this you basically want to die on this hill, fine, then let's make it a regulation where you have to transparently and visibly and easily accessibly state for how long or how exactly this game's support is approached. You know, have it on the game box, have it literally pop right on your fucking screen that, hey, or have it like some sort of like similar to the SRB or anything other, like any other criteria of the game that you see listed, like ratings, that, hey, this game is available or has a license support for X amount of time, and this is how we handle the support, like, and in short terms. And if that's how you want it, okay, fine, but you have to be 100% transparent with it and clearly stated and easily accessible, not buried under hundreds of legal wording. Yeah, the problem here is that currently the laws are flawed. They're not perfect. They need to be revised or reclarified or better stated for specifically for this medium at the very least, because it's clear that currently the publishers are taking advantage by being compliant with how the laws currently work, but at the same time they're doing it in their own advantage. You know, they're finding whatever loopholes they can and taking advantage of it. Yeah, in summary, if Video Games Europe, VGE, is and its members were genuinely committed to preservation, they would oppose the practice of making games a bit unplayable by design. But all these, but all the statements don't really support that. VGE claims that video games companies are committed to preservation of games and their cultural value, but this is fundamentally incompatible with practices like remote deactivation, perpetual online dependency, and equivalent DRM-based access control. Preservation is not compatible with systems designed to render games inaccessible once the support ends or licenses lapse. A game that can no longer be played, regardless of whether a box copy exists or a museum exists and displays its logo, is not preserved. Donating defunct hardware or promotional disc does not preserve interactive media. It aestheticizes its erasure. Dozens of games tied to DRM platforms have become permanently inaccessible due to authentication servers going offline or licensing expiring. Titles such as Tron Evolution, Secure ROM, Gears of War PC, oh, I didn't know that, Darkspore, and Anno 2070 lost access because required online checks were no longer supported or hosted. According to preservation groups, thousands of digital titles are no longer available through any legal channel, not because of demand, but because of the vanished platform's publisher withdrawal or expired rights. The Lost Media Wiki and efforts of like the Video Game History Foundation estimate that a significant portion of early digital-only games, particularly on platforms like Xbox Live Arcade and PlayStation Network, are no longer accessible in any form, despite being less than 2 decades old. If VGE were committed to real preservation, it would advocate for the ability to access and play games post-support, just as libraries preserve books by ensuring they remain readable, by not locking them behind disappearing keys. A game that cannot be played is not preserved, no more than a burned book or a blank manuscript. Plus, any claims that they currently have that they have their own preservations initiatives are kind of a false statement. They have the whole thing with the Embracer Group archive, where they say that yes, we have thousands or hundreds of thousands of archived games that can be accessed and played. Problem is, it's not open to the public. Only people or only developers and certain, you know, museums or exhibits or governmental bodies are allowed, or, you know, public exhibition organizations are allowed to access it. And even there is some sort of, to me, it smells like some level of privilege, because I imagine that me as a small-time developer, or like some small indie developer, if I were to come to, you know, the Embracer Group archive and be like, hey, I want to access this game, or I want to, access this game because I want to make something that it's maybe a spiritual successor or something of the sorts for the game, and I would like to have a look at it, but it's no longer available in any way. And the Embracer Group is like, nope, we don't allow you. You're a small fry. You're not you don't have our connections or whatever. You're not someone that we deem important. You're denied. Or or equally, there could be another thing where I'm suspecting that everything that they have archived is physically centralized within wherever the archives is located, and they could be like, oh yeah, sure, you can go on and check, but you have to come to us. And you, maybe like a small-time developer, are like, well, that's a big cost you are asking out of me to, I don't know, maybe fly across a continent, maybe, who knows, maybe I'm suspecting it's somewhere within the US, and I'm in Europe, and you're asking me to, oh yeah, take a plane to the US, 12 hours flight. That is definitely not cheap. And get here, you small-time developer that is just trying to make a game and probably not have any kind of funding, just doing it as a passion. That's not preserving. That's not at all. You're just holding exclusivity. Yeah. In conclusion, responsibility, not obligation. What the Stop Killing Games campaign calls for, it's not confiscation of IP, nor endless developer obligations. It is a limited, achievable framework that respects consumers' investments and the cultural footprint of gaming. It asks the publishers who profit from network-reliant titles to provide a fallback once those networks go dark. There are many ways to meet the goal: server binaries, offline patches, community licenses, source handoffs, or modular design. The petition does not indicate the method, only that something must be done. The claim that is doing so would irreparably harm the industry is an evasion. The true harm is pretending that the deletion is the only viable future. The games that we buy should not vanish. Communities we build are not disposables, and the culture we create together deserves more than a silent shutdown. So, in support of Stop Killing Games on stopkillinggames.com, prepared and published by the Gaming Brethren Advocates Mutual Aid Federation and Society, by JDog, current and previous CompTA, certified A+ security infosec et al. Practitioner. So yeah, overall, it's all they are saying is basically they are trying to wash away their responsibility and frame it like they're under some sort of ridiculous or unachievable obligation or a commitment, where instead, no, we just want easy, achievable, already proven designs but on a widespread and regulatory scale, where you are held responsible for these practices to be withheld, so that way cultures are not lost, communities do not disappear, and first and most importantly, something that we buy is we still own. So it is completely important, and their claim completely denounces that the truest harm is, as is mentioned here, deletion is not the viable future. Pretending it is, it's the actual harm. Yeah. Anyways, really good statement, really good short and succinct counter argument to every of the main points that the statement from VGE was offered. So yeah, because of that, I think I'm gonna take a quick break here. Apparently I did extend it more than I expected, and after that we're gonna check out Ross's video about this weird false claims that have been done, and after that we're probably gonna be done with that. So yeah, I'm taking a break now because an ad is about to pop up, and I'll be right back after the fact. So yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the last thing that I want to do for today is I have a quick first look and react at a video that Ross Accursed Farms, the person that kind of spearheaded this entire initiative and kind of got to the point that it is now, and this man busted his ass for the entire time, literally to the point where he jumped, he pinched into his own savings and investments to the point where it kind of slowly affected its own livelihood. He even said it himself, if this movement failed, he did his he did all he can. He did his dues. He would have not come back, because this heavily impacted how handle the content and everything, because nobody else really took the same kind of level of responsibility or focus that he did, at the very least for a good time. Yeah, and apparently as the video is titled, which you cannot see because of how I cropped this, the industry filed false claims against the Stop Killing Games initiative. The 19-minute video. Whenever I can, I'm probably gonna put a stop here and there and give my own perspective if there is something I can comment on. I'll try my best to do so, because I don't want to be some reactor content that just plays a video and looks at the video and doesn't say too much about it. So yeah, let's see exactly what exactly did the industry try to claim about it. Oh. Yikes. Oops. Oops, I clicked, my bad. Okay, there we go. I wanted to pause here. I should probably probably not use the mouse. So, but hide this for a second. So, the Stop Killing Games campaign has done things that the Stop Killing Games campaign has done. You can't see it cropping, so I'm gonna read it. Actions. Submit complaints to the European Consumer Centers Network for most countries. The result was a dead end, no consistency at all from offices. It was a redundant at best. Okay. Submitting a petition to Canadian Parliament on destruction of games. Dead end. Said the provinces will have to deal with it, which are too small to impact the industry. Fair enough. Made contact with the BEUC to influence the EU Commission. It's ongoing, which is most likely referring to the initiative. I'm really bad with acronyms. I don't know exactly what Bureau of the European Union Citizen Initiative, something like that. I made complaints to the oh my fucking god, it's German. Vorbrückschirrzantrell. I'm sorry, I'm not. That was my best attempt. Vorbrückschirzentrale. I don't know what fucking. Break between words, Germany, please. Anyways, on the crew. You should escalate it at the agency. The decision is pending. Again, something that I kind of personally suspect that once these things are going to be pushed within the EU Parliament, a lot of the EU member countries that already have, ongoing decisions, will probably kind of come alongside with the European Union. On it. Submitted complaints to the DGCCRF, which I think it's the oh no, it's not the French. Escalated to the highest level of the agency. Decision pending. I'm not sure exactly. Is it the might be something regarding to the French some sort of like French governmental body. Then contact the UFC choisir on the crew, which is still ongoing, which is the current complaint that you can send towards the some consumer protection governmental body for the crew no longer being accessible. And if I'm not mistaken, this actually even pushed to the point where Ubisoft is under a lawsuit. Yeah, submit complaints to the French legal mediators on the crew. Still processing, but likely will get deferred to the DGCCRF. So yeah, all of these are regarding to the French government. Submitted complaints to the ACCC on the crew. It's just created the agency pending. Oh, it's the Australian. Okay. Submitted petition to the Australian Parliament on the destruction of games. That they won't act. The ACC should be contacted instead. Okay, so the Aussie side. They'll have to see if anything comes out. Ask questions of the EU commissions on the destruction of games. Said there could be violations, but it has to be handled through the member states. So basically said that you have to go through each of the current, each of the big states to deal it on a national level currently because of how laws currently stand. They initiated a lawsuit in Brazil on the crew. Failed due to us requiring sales figures on the crew in Brazil to proceed, which we do not have. I'm guessing the numbers are not easily obtainable, or at the least not some actual legitimate numbers. Probably only the publishers have, because you could have like speculated amounts, but I don't think they will hold that to court. Submitted complaints to the FTC on the crew on the US. No response, but it was expected. Submitted a petition to the UK government on destruction of game, which was ended on on the 14th of July, a few weeks ago, basically. Threshold has been cleared. Now we are awaiting response. So yeah, it has achieved over the minimum 100,000 signatures, and now we're basically waiting for the government to sponsor about it. And finally started the European Citizens Initiative on the Destruction of Game. Okay, this is a different one, which is currently ongoing. So the BUC influence on the EU Commission is something completely different. But again, these are the general actions that have been made. So there is quite a few things that have already been done. Yep, because you have to be a European citizen to be able to make the initiative. And these are the representatives and organizers. You know, Daniel Andruska as the representative with the country of residence Germany. Its substitute is Alexei Galichin, I think. Members Zoltan Karolai Koneksin, Igor Nurmsalu. Again, I'm really sorry if I'm butchering these names. A lot of them are semi-Eastern European, which semi, you know, foreign language that I do not know how to pronounce, or modern language. Eduardo Ramon Koskolin, Pavel Zalesak, I think, Christoph Gapis, Joanne Ortner, and then others, which are Yandy Abel Candelario Valio, because it sounds weirdly Latin. I'm not sure. Sebastian Enderlohofer, Brendan Forden, Adam Zoppa, Jonas Deutschmann. Jonas Deutschmann, amazing, the most German name you could have. And Radu Paraskivescu. I'm pretty sure it's Paraskivescu. The final one being that one I was able to pronounce because it's Romanian. Fuck it. I'm taking this. I'm taking this as one win. Oops. Fair. Yeah. Wait. Transparency Complaint, European Citizens Initiative. The initiative of Stop Destroying Video Games. Legal basis for complaint. Article 7 of Regulation of EU 2019-788 requires ECI organizers to provide clear, accurate, and comprehensive information on the source of funding for the initiative exceeding €500 per sponsor. This regulation specifically states the group organizer shall provide for the publication in the register and, where appropriate, on its campaign website, clear and accurate and comprehensive information on the sources of funding for the initiative exceeding €500 per sponsor. Well, the thing is, the website states very clearly they are not taking sponsorships, or they're not raising funds. Like, it's literally right here. We are not currently seeking funding for Stop Killing Games. Any claims for fundraising activities in our name are fraudulent. Please contact us directly at the address below if you encounter such claims. Yeah. And Article 17.2 grants citizens the explicit right to submit complaints regarding the completeness and correctness of such information through official commission channels. What? Are you trying to make the claim that this initiative is receiving funding that is not stating, or not making it, or not declaring? Yeah. So false, no funding declaration, the official ECI register, which is a website, currently displays no content available under source of funding, indicating the organizers have declared zero funding sources. Yes. And 2, systematic concealment of major contribution. This declaration appears fundamentally incorrect based on publicly documented evidence of substantial undisclosed professional contributions to the campaign. You have proof that there have been monetary contributions and donations to the campaign. What? Huh? What is this? This is really bold. Like, you have to have something strong. Okay, evidence of undisclosed contribution. Ross Scott's public statement. PC Gamer article, July 2025. There have been many weeks on the campaign where I've been working 12 to 14 hours a day to keep things moving, get signatures. Quotes on admissions. I've been running a rickshaw carrying people to the destination. That's not a clear statement that there is funding. This is not clearly stating that the guy is funding. It's just he's doing volunteer work. Like, jumping to the assumption that this man is giving money for the initiative, the European initiative, not the movement itself, it doesn't have a clear basis. These statements don't say anything. Because you can easily assume that it's volunteer work. The same way you could assume that it's paid work, or like sponsored work, or whatever. Huh? Yeah, like, this is... Huh? Spokesperson, okay, but that doesn't mean that you're paid or like you're giving money. Like, that doesn't hold to the claim that there's undisclosed money given. Because yeah, you're a spokesperson, but you can do it voluntarily. Even if you are... I don't think there's a big problem that you're a non-European citizen speaking in approval to it. Okay, I want to read it first. Okay, conservative professional value assessment. Intensive periods. Many weeks of 12 to 14 hours a day during critical campaign phases. Okay. Conservative estimate. Well, 15 to 20 weeks at high intensity, 4 to 12 hours per day. So that's around 1,260 between or up to 1,160 hours. Okay. Regular campaign work, additional ongoing daily campaign management throughout 12-month period. Okay. Professional rate, 50 to 75 euro for campaigning management advocacy. services, advocacy services market rate. So minimum estimated value between 63,000 euros to up to 147,000 euros in professional contributions. Wait. So you're stating, because this is my understanding, you're stating that his work is either one, A, paid, that the man is paid to work this amount, and like he only does this under like a paid campaign and, you know, paid management or service, or secondly, you are assuming that the work he's putting is value that needs to be disclosed even if its work is volunteered. Like, you're jumping to assumption. You have no clear foundational basis that this man is paid, and also, or if you're making the ridiculous claim of being like, oh no, he's doing high value work, that means that this must be disclosed. What the fuck? Yeah, like, yeah, this is just guessworking. Yeah. And how do you prove that? Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like, what? Yeah, like, okay, additional consideration, this represents only documented intensive periods, not total campaign involvement. Scott has managed strategic decisions, media relations, and operational leadership throughout. Even conservative calculations show contribution exceeding 500 euros threshold by between 125 to 295 times. Again, you are jumping at the assumption that this man has been paid, or he has been doing valued work. Like, you know, huh? Regulatory violations, Article 7 disclosure threshold violation. The 500 euro disclosure threshold is exceeded by an approximately 125 to 295 times throughout Scott's undisclosed professional time contribution, representing potentially the largest single source of campaign support. Systematic misrepresentation declaring no content available for funding while concealing substantial professional contributions, and violates the transparency framework designed to inform citizens about initiative backing and ensuring democratic accountability. Well, I mean, hey, I guess you could take this as a compliment. Some industry publishers or lobbyist group is basically high valuing your work, and that you're putting high professional, you know, contributions. I'll take that as a fucking compliment. Like, oh yeah, I'm doing heavy work here. I'm very professional. But where is this coming from? Like, what? How do you, like, this is so baseless. Like, literally, this has no actual legitimate proof is just assumption. It's baseless accusation and baseless assumptions, or baseless conclusions. Like, how do you get here? Like, is this purely done just to fearmonger? To basically, no, look, we know the legal things, we know how to put you in the ground, and be like, motherfucker, you're just clowning here. You're not saying anything. You're just saying that something is happening, but that is not actually happening. What the? Reporting documentation, publicly available evidence. PC Gamer interview July 2025. That doesn't say anything from what you've quoted, documenting Scott's intensive time commitment. Multiple media articles consistently identifying Scott as a campaign leader and primary spokesperson. YouTube videos, public statements where Scott discusses operational control and decisions. Industry and media coverage treating Scott as a de facto leader despite EU organizer structure. Just because he's a supporter, because that you can make that fucking claim to anyone who just speaks about it. That, oh, you must have been paid because you're speaking for this initiative. Like, literally, this is at this point, this gets into like that kind of like ridiculous politics kind of situation where like, oh, you're speaking in pro of this politician or this candidate. You must have been paid by the candidate, not me just stating an opinion that I'm agreeing with. What the shit? Okay, professional standards context. Campaign management and advocacy services have established market rates in EU consulting markets. Again, you're jumping at the assumption that this man is paid. 12 to 14 hours day commitment during many weeks far exceeds any reasonable volunteer threshold. Now you're saying that this man is putting too much work to be a volunteer? Really? But bro, at this point, like, if I'm talking about it, because I've had this banner for starting starting from July. I do like what, 5 hours of 4 streams a week, 5 hours 5 hours per stream, so that's 20 hours per week at the very least, which is substantial over, like, overtime work, considering. I can even highball it a bit, like if you want to put the extra 6 hours, and me also doing the occasional like social media post and sharing, and maybe jump it at like 24 hours a week. That's still on average, like if you divide it by working days, it's almost like working part-time. So you're saying that I'm doing a part-time job and I should be paid? I mean, I'm waiting for the paycheck. Go ahead, please. I would actually really appreciate it. And also, professional, investment constitutes quantifiable. Professional time invested constitutes quantifiable in-kind contribution under currency regulations. So, are you trying to say that because he's put this amount of work, that it's high-value work that should be stated as monetary contribution, even though he wasn't paid, but he's putting professional time that it quantifies as paid time, even though he's doing it voluntarily, or you could even say it pro bono? What? Where are those Jira tasks? Oh. Okay, sponsors are people or organizations for providing financial support over 50 euros. Providing financial support. That means that you're actually paying or offering something of that value, like physically. Legal persons or organizations providing other economical quantifiable in-kind donations or non-economical quantifiable support to initiatives are also considered as sponsors. Individuals providing non-financial support, such as volunteering, are not considered sponsors under the ECI regulations and do not need to be reported. If you are unsure whether the support you are receiving should be reported, please contact an expert service in the ECI forum. So yeah, this man has not been paid a cent for all this 12 to 14 hour a day work for many weeks. So it's considered volunteering. So that means that this is not sponsored work. He is not paid, no matter if it's professional or not. If it's a support is non-financial, like he didn't actually finance or given money to anything that is over this exceeding mark. Who knows? I don't know, maybe, but an extra euro here and there or whatever the fuck is insignificant. Or I don't know, like printing paper or whatever the shit. That's fine. Huh? Yeah, this technically, the economic quantifier refers to things like, you know, I don't know, giving assets of some sort. I don't know, like a C or something like that, like something physical that is quantifiable as, you know, as a donation that has some sort of value. And it's, again, it's still like a physical product. That sounds like... Shocker. Wow. Hmm. What? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. They're trying any... Yeah, they're trying basically any, they're using any entryway that they can to kind of shake it around and either steer people away from it or try to make it feel like it's not as good as this thing. So they're literally trying any, every trick in the book or anything that... Any entry point that seems like it could be shoddy, it could be a weak point, they're gonna try it. And we could probably get to a point where things could get pushed on a heavy legalities or like on a heavy kind of like legal threats or anything of the sort. Like who knows what they could what other wild claims they could put in, because you know we're talking about lobbying groups and publishers and that kind of thing that, you know, have the monies, have the lawyers. Could be nasty. Yeah. Damn. Maybe. I'm not jumping at that assumption. Well, the thing is, I feel like they're just shooting themselves in the foot if they're, at the very least, if they're trying to go toward Ross, because I'm pretty sure trying to gun the actual organizers and representatives of the initiative in the EU Citizen Initiative, that might actually cause a lot of problems for them to actually accuse such things and get themselves into legal problems. But putting the, you know, the public spearhead, let's call Ross, into the crossfires, they're just gonna make him a martyr. Like, I don't think they're gonna be able to put enough dirt or somehow shut him down at a level where this initiative is just gonna go away. No, he's gonna become a martyr. He's gonna be proved like the industry is willing to do anything to not have this initiative, which means that there is definite cause of concern and definite cause of to actually review these issues. And at this point, in my perspective, like, what does it matter? Like, yeah, okay, you publicly assassinate this man. There's still 1.4 million votes, like signatures, on this initiative. This initiative is still gonna go through, and I'm not sure what you're gonna do to just defame a US citizen that has nothing to do, has only done volunteer work, and has no dirty laundry, most likely, or at the very least, if there is any dirty laundry, nothing to the level that it would actually cause concern to be a shady character to be involved in this, to actually deter people. Like, really, you really think that just making this guy look dirtier and dirtier gonna? Because believe me, I don't think you jumping at the industry trying to jump at the organizers, because that would make sense. Because yeah, jumping at the organizers, but they probably know that if they do that, and most of them are probably not public individuals, they're mostly private citizens that wanted to push this movement forward, they get themselves into even bigger legal problems if they try to character assassinate people who were just organizing the thing and had nothing to do with this. Yeah, faceless. Yeah. Probably. Yep. Yeah, there are smaller studios or smaller developers who are part of the lobbying group who have not been disclosed or not been given any sort of statement that, hey, this is the message that we want to send. Are you in agreement with it? Do you approve it? Or anything of the sort? No. As here, BMG is a member of VGE EU. VGA did not ask BMG concerning their response to stopkillinggames.com. As far as I know, there wasn't a vote on this too. We do not agree with their statement. This is not a representative group should be behaving. So yeah, the lobbying group, at the very least, they did not actually respond in a manner that actually represents a section, at the very least, a section of their members, if not a good amount of them. I'm sure that many of the big publishers were in agreement to this statement, simply because they realize that keeping the status quo is more profitable than agreeing with this. But the smaller guys definitely might have the different opinions on these, and have not been reached out, given any been offered to give any input, or as mentioned here, votes. And probably there have been no votes overall, unless there has been some talks behind the scenes, behind closed doors, with just the big dogs. What? Epic Game hasn't lobbied or opened on the law? I haven't seen this one. I guess our logo is on the picture above because we are a member of various trade organizations. Some of them have lobbied or opined against the proposal. Oh my fucking god. So even some of the big dogs are like, yo, why are you putting our names onto this shit? We have not done, we haven't said shit about this. Yeah. Title: Ubisoft CEO addresses Stop Killing Games after overseeing the deaths of the crew and ex-defiant. Support for all games cannot last forever. That's not what the initiative asks for, or the movement. So yeah, clearly this is a far-reaching issue. We are working on it. EU consumer rights campaign Stop Killing Games 1 million signature goal earlier this month, snowballing from Ubisoft's shutdown of racing game The Crew in 2024. Yeah, it was kind of their stepping stone, and one of the main talking points that brought attention to the movement. And Ubisoft CEO, Yves Guillemot was asked to respond to the movement at a recent shareholders meeting. While that response was tentative, it wasn't complete dismissal. Regarding the petition, we operate in a market, Guillemot said, as noted by GameFile paywalled. And whenever we release a game, we provide a lot of supporting for that game. We also provide a lot of services that make sure that the game is accessible and remains playable 24/7. And okay, so Guillemot says that the companies provide information regarding the game and how long the game can be played. Though he doesn't go into specific about how those notices work, The Crew did have a badge on its front box noting online connection required, and the notice in the fine print on the back that Ubisoft may cancel access to one or more specific online features upon a 30-day prior notice. Fuck off. Whether those sorts of notices are legally sufficient will likely be put to the test in the case after the Stop Killing Game petition passes its final deadline at the end of the month. It's still being determined if the EU terms are legally not. Yep. Yeah, again, it's all those things like, yeah, you're probably compliant to current laws, but that doesn't mean that those laws are good laws. Additionally, Guillemot cites a €1 fee proposed to all buyers of the game. For just €1, they got to buy the next version. As GameFile notes, this appears to be in reference to the big sale on The Crew 2, which ran across digital marketplaces, bringing the price down to €1 $1. It's a whole lot of money to be able to continue playing a game. Guillemot says through whether he omitted the details or this is an issue with Ubisoft's official translation, buying a sequel at a discount is not the same thing as being allowed to continue accessing your copy of the original. Yeah. But okay, this kind of issue is not specific to Ubisoft. Yep, it's across the industry. Guillemot continues, all video game publishers are faced with that issue. We provide a service, but nothing is written in stone, and at some point the service may be discontinued. Nothing is eternal, and we are doing our best to make sure that things go well for players and buyers, because obviously support for all games cannot last forever. We understand that. The initiative understands that. They just want you to give out the required tools for the community, if it wants to continue that support, not the studio. Yeah. Yeah. They do, yeah. Wow, oh no, 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 not the Ocean Gate. Your bed-tested production. Oh. Actually, I want to read the other two, just out of own morbid curiosity. It is of course true that no game can be supported forever, but forcing companies into perpetual updates isn't what Stop Killing Games is trying to do. As the campaign's frequently asked questions notes, the goal is to get publishers to implement an end-of-life plan to modify or patch the game. Thank you. Thank you. Articles. Okay, the game. Okay, modify and patch the game so that it can run on customer systems even after the server shutdown. Thank you, journalists. You at least you're doing a bit. You're occasionally doing lord's work and actually giving the entire context. That notion is at least somewhat sympathetic to the Ubisoft. Since the company has already announced plans to introduce an offline mode for the crew too, probably because they don't want to deal with this flag again, that doesn't help the original The Crew, or the Ubisoft games including X-Defiant. The lifespan of a piece of software, whenever there's a service component, eventually services may be discontinued, because eventually the software may become obsolete over time, Gilmore explains. A lot of tools become obsolete over 10 to 15 years down the line. They're no longer available, and that is why the release of a new version. And so we have version 2 and then version 3, but clearly this is a far-reaching issue and we're working on it. Just because some systems get outdated doesn't mean that all of a sudden, like, that's more of a general tech issue, to be fair, of a general, like, planned obsolescence. But that's because certain systems become outdated. It doesn't mean that you can't just still have access to them and play them. And there was even, like, previous situations where, again, somebody revitalized some of the old Black Ops, COD servers, and they implemented their own anti-cheat systems, because the version of that system that Activision uses, that has been left with that game, was too outdated and was too prone to, and not viable when it came to, like, cybersecurity standards after so many years. So the community made their own anti-cheat system that functioned a lot better. So again, leaving it to the community, and they can self-regulate, self-govern. Just because something becomes outdated doesn't mean that all of a sudden things can be unplayable or unusable. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we did. Oh, that's a lot more. Okay, Nicolae Ștefănuță I knew of, one of the Romanian vice presidents. Marketa Gregovara, Czechia, nice. I had no number. Kathleen van Bremt, I've seen the post from Belgium. Bastian Everding, Germany. Maria Zakaria, Greece. Nicola Minkev from Bulgaria, and another Thomas Kubin from Czechia again. Oh, nice. Ah. Hey, actually cool. Oh, he's the only vice president. That was my bad. Hey. Yeah. Know who you're talking to, basically. Yeah. It's definitely a sign that if there's already a ton of pushback from the industry, there's definitely the sign that they are concerned about it. And that, you know, they want to deal with it. But yeah, wild claim. But I'm not surprised. There's definitely going to be other pot shots. And it's understandable of Ross that at a certain point he'd probably have to step back. Because if he's going to become some sort of like a target to smear campaign and turn this movement disingenuous, or at the least the initiative, make it feel disingenuous, it's a bad thing. So yeah, but it's definitely that if they're already starting to play dirty, it's a sign that we're probably hitting some important points that they don't want us to deal with, or they don't want us to change. They prefer the status quo and they want to keep it that way. So that's kind of it, because if they weren't fighting back, that means that, hey, everything is fine, we're gonna be compliant, we agree with you, it makes complete sense, let's go. But if they're fighting back, that means that we're hitting them where it hurts. That's probably their pockets. And meaning that whatever they've done so far, it was not for the consumer, it was for their own interest and their own profits. But yeah, that's the general discussion that I wanted to do for today. And definitely things are escalating in interesting ways. I'm still hopeful and I'm still positive about it, that things are going to turn out great. As we can see here, we are way across the whatever targets we've hit, but that doesn't mean that we need to stop. We have to push as far as we can and see where that leads us. But yeah, I think there's no reason for me to kind of keep any other discussion. I think I can leave it here and do my other thing, my own stuff. Go ahead and look for probably somebody to jump at or say hi to while we're at it, because there's so much I can stay along, because I've already been popped with one ad notification, so some other one. Let me see. Jump at who? You know what? For the support of indie and all that, let's. It sounds like a good option. Like so. So, we are rating Tinder Ami. He's currently playing some Bolatro, so basically some hard crack. Basically, and in here for a bit, but you know, our own thing. So let me just jump at my cat. Raid. There we go. So when it comes to rating, these are the usual message we send around. The first one is for those who do not sub, and the second one for the subs. So you have the options right there. You can go ahead. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me for today. I am gonna be off. I guess at the end of the day, we did run within the expected time frame. I guess me ranting about both the statement and also Ross's video kind of covered those 2 extra hours left, so that's fine, fair enough. But yeah, tomorrow and the day after, there's gonna be some co-working streams. I am out here in the grind mode to get myself out of financial debts. And secondly, and then on Friday, back to discussing TTRPGs with a new one. We're talking about Lancer. And then on Saturday, some more 9 Souls shenanigans continue. Challenging Souls-like platformer experience. So yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. But anyways, thank you so much for being here. You've been amazing. Don't you forget that. I'll see you on the flip side. Bye.